Drive right center field. Going back is Curtis. He's at the wall. That ball is history. Cruz has done it again. His fifth extra-inning home run of the year. The Rangers are going crazy. It's pandemonium at home plate. Cruz slowly down the line between third and home has won it for the Rangers 6-5. He gives the claw. He jumps on home plate. It is unbelievable. A 6-5 Ranger win in 13 innings.
Yes, Saturday Night Baseball on Channel 21. Game 2 of the three-game series between the Rangers and the New York Yankees before a packed house, standing room only inside the ballpark on a very warm, muggy night. And in for John Fluid, Dave Barnett is always joined by Tom Grieve. How in the world can these two teams follow that show they put on last night? They probably can't, but if it happens from the Rangers standpoint, there's a good chance that Julio Borbon will be in the middle of it.
Well, you know, Dave, to have a good team and to have a winning team, everybody needs to contribute. Last night it was Julio's turn, and he had a terrific ball game, both offensively and defensively. Probably the big hit of the game came with the bases loaded when Julio doubled down the right field line to drive in a couple of runs. On the night, he would drive in 4 runs. Defensively, he had a couple of nice plays, timing them well up against the fence. This one in center field, later against Mark Teixeira in right center field. So we got a little bit of a glimpse of Julio doing a little bit of everything last night. Offensively and defensively, it was great to see him contribute to a nice win.
At .351 over his last 12 games, maybe September and October will be the way June worked out to be for Julio Borbon. Tommy Hunter has been as consistent a starting pitcher as the Rangers have had. In fact, probably in the American League this year. He is coming off a poor performance last time out, 12-3 on the year. He goes up against A.J. Burnett in Game 2 of this series. Lineups in the first pitch are next. Washington as the Rangers take the field on the 9th anniversary of 9/11. And Major League Baseball commemorating that event with that logo, which is affixed to the bases in all Major League games today. Commemorative caps being worn by all teams today. And former President George W. Bush and Laura on hand in his old front row seat back when he was an owner, just to the left of the Rangers' first base dugout. Flags at half-mast. 2001 certainly became a memorable season from that point on for the New York Yankees, going all the way to Game 7 of that World Series before falling in classic fashion to the Arizona Diamondbacks. The lineup today for the Yankees: Brett Gardner, who batted 9th last night, leading off in this game. DH is Lance Berkman, who came in the middle of last night. One of 7 switch hitters all time with 300 career home runs. Been playing pretty well since coming over from the Houston Astros at the deadline. Ramiro Pena at shortstop, giving Derek Jeter the night off after Jeter played all 13 innings last night. It's a little bit different look for Joe Girardi's group, although the usual suspects there, the 3-4 spots, Mark Teixeira and Alex Rodriguez. And 12-3, Tommy Hunter on 4 days rest since his poor performance Monday, a 7-2 loss at Toronto.
Yeah, Tommy ended up giving up 5 runs in the 3rd inning against Toronto, and then threw the ball pretty well after that. To his credit, ended up pitching 7 innings in that game. At home this year, 7 home starts, 7-0, 3.16 ERA, actually 9 home starts. 182 opponent's batting average with runners in scoring position. That's one of the things that's allowed him to have such a good year. When the men have been on base and in scoring position, he's buckled down and pitched very well.
Only he and Kenny Rogers have ever won 7 straight home decisions in the same season here at Rangers Ballpark. So Tommy, ready to go to work against Brett Gardner. We'll see what the energy level is like for both these teams after going at each other for 5 hours, 12 minutes last night. Longest game in the American League. There's a good look at the commemorative 9/11 patriotic hats being worn on both sides. And the first pitch in there to Gardner at 282 with 5 homers and 45 runs batted in. A muggy 92 degrees with very high humidity as we get started tonight. And a little pop-up out to short left center field for Julio Bourbon to chase down. Defensively, the Rangers come out this way with Murphy, Bourbon, and Cruz in the outfield. The usual 4 in the infield these days. Everybody's healthy. And Matt Trainer behind the plate after Benji Molina caught all 13 innings last night. Talked to Benji before the game today. He said he didn't feel extra tired. I said, well, how much sleep were you able to get? He says, I've got a baby at home. I don't get sleep. That's not even part of the equation. But no question he deserved the day off tonight. And so Matt Trainer gets the start. And Nick Swisher looks at strike 1.
Yeah, the 2 guys that I think really deserved a day off. Benji was one of them. And Dale Scott, the home plate umpire, he has to stand out there for 5 hours. He can't go sit in the dugout. He can get a drink every now and then. Someone brings it to him. But he had to stand out there for 5 hours and call balls and strikes. So it was a long night for him, too.
Rangers alone threw 264 pitches since that stat has been tracked beginning in 1988. That's the 4th most ever in a Ranger game. The other 3 games with more pitches all went 18 innings. Fortunately for Ron Washington, he had the pitchers to call on, this being September. And the ball inside to Swisher. It's 1-2. Swisher last night 0 for 3, hit by a pitch. Wednesday, he hit a walk-off home run to beat Baltimore. And on a check swing, he went around. Trainer throws it down to Moreland for out number 2. Tom, what Tommy Hunter can bring to the party tonight is exactly what he has shown so far. Throwing strikes, not being afraid of pitching to contact, which was not something C.J. Wilson was able to do last night.
Well, Tommy has come out and got 2 quick outs. He threw a couple of fastballs to Brett Gardner, got him to pop up to center field, got ahead of Swisher, and then a good hard breaking ball down and out of the strike zone got him to swing and miss at a bad pitch. And you have a better chance to do that when you're ahead in the count as a pitcher. And it worked to his advantage right there.
Well, here's where you want to face Mark Teixeira. 2 outs and the base is empty. Tex 0 for 5 last night. Did walk twice, including with the bases loaded to greet Pedro Strop in the 6th inning. 2 balls and no strikes. Jeter last night only 1 for 7. Teixeira 0 for 5. Some of the bright spots for Ranger pitchers. Big rip at that high hard one. 2-1. Not often will you get away with a pitch in that area. That up to Mark Teixeira. They have the overshift on, and that means Elvis Andrus, playing on the right side of second base, was positioned perfectly. And it's a 1-2-3 first inning for Tommy Hunter. The Rangers coming to bat when we return to the Rangers ballpark in Arlington. By Standard Insurance, call 1-800-929-2424. And by AT&T. See what's new from AT&T. Visit att.com for details. Dave Barnett with Tom Grieve. The Rangers prepare to face A.J. Burnett with this lineup. Elvis Andrus, after missing 5 straight games, leading off in short for the 2nd straight night. And Vladimir Guerrero is back in a good groove, over 400 in his current 6-game hitting streak, extended by going 1 for 5 last night. Trainers, we said, from Molina ahead of the red-hot bat of Julio Bourbon, and Alan James Burnett out of North Little Rock, Arkansas, in search of his 11th win against 13 losses.
Yeah, Burnett's had stretches this year where he's been very good, stretches where he's been very bad. Last 7 starts have not gone very well. His ERA is close to 7, and he's 1-5. He has had 2 pretty good starts against the Rangers, though, this year. Back at Yankee Stadium in April, 7 shutout innings and got the win. And then here last month, pretty good game, 7 innings, 3 earned runs in that game. He got a no decision. 9 times he's given up at least 6 runs in a game. 7 times he hasn't given up an earned run.
You pretty much get A.J. Burnett completely on his game or very easy to hit. There's not much in the way of a middle ground with this veteran right-hander.
The Rangers have seen him twice. He's been pretty good in both of those starts. He also seems to struggle, according to the statistics, in the 1st inning, and then pitches pretty well after that. Again, statistically, over the course of 28 starts.
He was allowed the first run in a game 18 of his 28 starts this year. The last 3 months very indicative of A.J. Burnett at this current state of his career. The 2-1 pitch just outside to Elvis. Burnett in the month of June 0-5. In July 3-1. 0-4 in August, and so far in September he's 1-1. Coming off a Monday 4-3 loss against Baltimore. Lasted 7 innings and allowed 4 runs on 7 hits. And he misses again outside. Ball 4 to Andrews. A leadoff walk to begin the game for the Rangers.
Another thing about Burnett, he's fairly easy to run on. He's given up a major league leading 34 stolen bases this year.
Michael Young 1 for 6 last night.
Steps in at 289. 20 home runs, 78 runs batted in. You would certainly expect for Andrews to take off at some point in this at bat. Double play depth around the infield. And first ball hitting. Michael fouls it back. And on our Ford leaderboard, the Rangers at 104 stolen bases. That's 5th in the American League. And as Tom said, A.J. Burnett, the easiest pitcher to steal on in the majors. Allowed the most stolen bases by a Yankee since Roger Clemens allowed 34 in 2001. Elvis 1 stolen base away from his second straight 30 stolen base season. Michael Young still with a mathematical chance at his 6th 200 hit season. He's to average 1.6 hits the rest of the way over the final 21 games. Elvis not going high, 1 ball and 1 strike. Seems like Elvis been stuck quite some time at 29 stolen bases. See if he goes at 1-1. He doesn't, and Burnett again misses up high. It's 2-1 to Michael. Joe Girardi had a very curious comment after the game last night. He thought it all came down to a bad call on an Ian Kinsler steal of second in the very early going. He said that was the game right there. Well, that happened in the 2nd inning. Ian had led the inning with an infield single. Looked like he probably was tagged out by Derek Jeter at second base. But Ian got the call, the benefit, even though there were 11 more innings after that game. Joe Girardi said it all came down to that call. Jeter with at least the first part of this game off to his advancing age. Well, there's not really much to look at in his game to see that he's getting older. But a day game tomorrow. At some point, you've got to rest your aging superstars, whether you want to or not. Jeter getting his rest today. 3 balls and a strike. And again, Elvis not going as Michael fouls it back to run the count full.
Well, you have to think right here 3-2. You don't have to think, but there's a good chance Elvis would be running right here with a 3-2 count. A lot of pitches up, a lot of pitches in. Dangerous spot to throw Michael. You get one out over the plate, a little bit up, inner half of the plate. That's the one he can drive into left center field.
And most pitchers, ones who have had any success against him, have been working Michael away consistently, getting a lot of strikeouts on pitches, sometimes outside the zone. That has not been Burnett's plan. There goes Elvis, and it's popped down the right field line. Nick Swisher just on top of the line, crossing into foul ground, makes the catch, and there's the first down. Andrews returns to first. As we look at the Yankee defensive alignment, Gardner, Granderson, and Swisher in the outfield. A-Rod and TEIXEIRA still at the corners with terrific second baseman Robinson Cano, and Cervelli, for the second straight night, is behind the plate. So with one out, here's David Murphy. Like Michael Young, 1 for 6 last night. He comes in with a 9-game hitting streak at .395. Late in the year, but he has managed to bring his batting average up 13 points over the last couple of weeks, and he goes right after the first pitch. With Josh Hamilton still on the mend, and there is still no indication when he might be able to return. Officially listed day to day, but he's not to the point where he can do any baseball activities to prepare for a return to the field. So David Murphy continues on in Josh's number 3 spot, and doing a pretty convincing imitation of Josh. Numbers like that over an extended period of time. He has become virtually an everyday starter. Little chopper, and Burnett will make the tag on David coming down for out number 2. Andrews now in scoring position for Vlad Guerrero. Vlad last night also with 1 base hit in 5 trips. But we're starting to see the Vlad Guerrero in the first half of this season after basically 2 lost months where he just simply could not get himself out of the slump. He has now. He's 11 for his last 23. Still top 3 in the American League in runs batted in. Tied for 9th with those 26 home runs. And his average back into the 300s. Burnett, a look back at Andrews. First ball lined off the glove of Cano. Base hit out to center field. Here comes Andrews, and the Rangers lead it 1-0.
I thought off the bat that Cano might get there and make a diving stop, but the ball was hit so hard he didn't have time to do it. Rangers get the walk. Elvis moves to second base on the roller, and Vladdy, first ball hitting, gets a pitch that was supposed to be a little bit more outside than that, right in the strike zone, and just lines it straight up the middle, just barely past Cano.
RBI number 103 for Guerrero. And here is last night's hero, not once but twice. Nelson Cruz with home runs, first to send it into extra innings and then to send everybody home in the 13th. In both instances, he went after the first pitch. Lets this first pitch go.
And in between, he had a ball off Mariano Rivera right to the wall in center field that almost ended it an hour earlier.
Good breaking ball, and the count 1-1. 7 for his last 15. 5 of those hits for extra bases. And now up to 19 home runs, 70 runs batted in.
And we've seen stretches like this from Nelly all season long. Unfortunately, most of them have been interrupted by a stint on the disabled list. Every time he's gone on the disabled list, he's been in a great groove. Fortunately, the Rangers maintained the lead. He's back off the disabled list, and with Josh out of the lineup, he's one of those guys that can carry the team.
And especially when he's hitting for power the opposite way. Home run last night to end it over the Rangers bullpen out in right center field. That's when you know Belly is really locked in. Plays off that breaking ball, and it's 2-1. Cruz now with 5 extra inning home runs this year. That ties the major league record for a single season, and that record has been in the books a while, since 1960. Charlie Maxwell of the Detroit Tigers, the only other player ever with 5 extra inning home runs in a single year. Got the fastball right past him there. It's 2-2. Pretty impressive list behind those 2. Tony, Chipper Jones, McGuire, Gant, Willie Mays, all did it 4 times. 19th pitch of this first inning from Barnett, and it's foul straight back, still 2-2. Cruz also with that home run in the 8th last night became the first in either league this year to have home runs to send the game into extra innings and then end an extra inning game, as he went after Jabba Chamberlain's first pitch in the 8th. That one went to left field, 419 feet, halfway up in the stands over the out-of-town scoreboard. So Cruz a danger to all fields, and looks at that one down low. The third 3-ball count for Burnett. He walked Andrews to begin the game at 3-1. Worked the next count full to Young before he fouled out. And now Guerrero will be going on the pitch. And it's a call, strike 3, and Nelly knew it. Fastball nailed down there on the outside corner. 1 run, however, for the Rangers on Vlad Guerrero's 103rd run batted in. It's 1-0 Texas. Welcome, Julie Dobbs.
Yes, Dave, thank you very much. I'm here in the TXA 21 and Texas Rangers Foundation Community Corner. And our special guest tonight is Kenneth Salyer. And he's with the World Craniofacial Organization. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that? Sounds like a very interesting organization that you're with.
Thank you very much. We're delighted to be here. It's the World Craniofacial Foundation, and we help children all over the world with deformed faces, transforming their lives for children who otherwise would not have a chance to lead a normal life.
And I'm sure there are a lot of people out there that could use help from your foundation or would like to help. What should they do in that case?
They should contact the worldcf.org, and we'll be happy to try and help.
Thank you very much. Dave, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Julie. Well, you could probably hear who was stepping in when we came back from the break to that cacophony of boos. It is A-Rod, and Tommy Hunter's jumped out in front of Alex Rodriguez, 0-2. And goes right after him with the call, strike 3. Cut with the lead.
There's a strike for Nelly Cruz, and it's a strike to A-Rod. Tommy pitching aggressively to the first 4 hitters. Comes at Alex with an 0-2 pitch. And that's a strike. Alex didn't like it. But that pitch was a good pitch. He must not have seen it very well.
And 4 batters into the game. That's not a huge sample size. But
actually, go ahead.
This looks like the Tommy Hunter of just about every game except last Monday in Toronto.
I was going to say that Alex argued, saw the replay, and he was just kind of conferring with the umpire. He wasn't arguing the call. It was an excellent pitch, though, by Tommy.
He is throwing strike 1. That goes completely against the Yankee game plan, which has not really changed for years and years, and that is to get deep into counts. Tommy threw only 10 pitches in the first inning. 3-pitch strikeout of A-Rod, and he jumps out in front of Robinson Cano here, 0-2. When you see him throw ball 1, ball 2, have to come out over the heart of the plate, that's when he struggles, and that's only happened a very few instances really over the last 2 years. He's got one of the all-time toughest in this ballpark. Cano down 0-2. Did he go around? No, says Dale Scott. The crew chief at third base tonight.
Good call. Definitely checked his swing.
Cano 2 for 7 last night. And rockets that one into the corner. It is a fair ball. Cruz gets to it as quickly as possible, but Cano has a 1-out double and becomes the first Yankee base runner of the night.
Cano's just a good hitter. Rangers got him out 5 times in last night's game. A couple of times in important situations. He's going to throw a curveball here. He's trying to get it down and in. Instead, it stays up and over the middle of the plate. Cano puts a great swing on it. Rips a double down the right field line. He's just a good hitter.
Only hope was that might have a little more hook on it than it did. But a fair ball. He's at second with 1 out for Lance Berkman. One of the all-time greatest Houston Astros became a Yankee at deadline time. Strike 1 to Lance. Came over for the price of 2 minor leaguers. 5 for his last 9. Entered as a pinch hitter in the 9th last night and singled. And Hunter out in front of Berkman, 0-2. It's a very Yankee thing to do. Go out after a player who is second the Astros all-time list in home runs, 3rd in runs batted in, 5th in hits, basically for depth. Just a nice piece to fit in behind Mark Teixeira. Nice piece to bring in as a late inning pinch hitter. Ooh, Hunter thought he had that one.
But he definitely threw that pitch where he wanted to. Might have been a little bit off the plate. But you can watch Trainor set up in. Tommy delivered the ball. He didn't get the call, but it could have been a strike. Close enough to be a strike.
And again, misses inside with a breaking ball. 2-2. Lance Berkman out of New Braunfels, Rice University. Astros owner Drayton McClain having to give up 2 of his favorite players this year, Berkman and Roy Oswalt. And there's a base hit, which will tie the game. Cano around from second base. Berkman drives in his 5th run as a Yankee, and it's 1-1.
That's why they say baseball is a game of inches. The 0-2 pitch right near the inside corner and didn't get the call. And this one didn't have the inches it needed on the inside part of the plate. Got a little too much of the plate. Berkman's able to put the bat on it and not going to run with that one.
So Curtis Granderson steps up in a 1-1 game. Under beginning the second with the 3-pitch strikeout of Alex Rodriguez, but Cano and Berkman have put a couple of good swings on him. Granderson also a late addition last night. He came on for Austin Kearns in the 7th inning and went 0 for 3. And that high strike, something that is key for Tommy Hunter if he can get that call. Ted Barrett didn't give it to him there on the first pitch. Granderson still with considerable power with 17 home runs. Misses again up high, 2-0. At the moment, however, he is slumping. He's 1 for his last 15. Well, they're hoping for a double play ball, perhaps. Granderson fast, though, difficult to double up. A shot out to Cruz again. That's 3 straight Yankee hits. Berkman will stop at second base. And with that, time for Mike Maddox to come out and chat up Tommy Hunter.
He's got to concentrate on making his pitches. That's not a terrible pitch. It looked like it was on the outside corner. It was up a little bit. Granderson was just able to get the bat on it. Big league hitters can do that from time to time.
And Hunter had already been throwing to that area up and away. So definitely Granderson was looking for something on the outside part of the plate. That's exactly what he got. 2 on now with a run in, 1 out. And Ramiro Pena, who is getting Derek Jeter his night off at shortstop, will be the batter. Monterrey, Mexico native who signed at age 15. Now 25. He's a switch hitter who has been hitting well of late. 10 for his last 23. Still double play depth to the infield. Michael Young, edge of the grass at third. Outfield very shallow. Swung the opposite way as ball 1 bounces in. Pena of late showing the Yankees that they made a good decision to put him on their opening day roster this year. First time that had happened in Pena's career. There is a good fastball down the middle. Pena looks at it and it's 1-1. Yankees last night unable to win despite 13 hits, 9 walks. They left 18 men and hit only 3 for 17 with runners in scoring position. 1-2 now to Pena. So they had a lot of hits. It seemed like every one of those 264 Ranger pitches came with men aboard, but they just were severely lacking in timely hits.
And very seldom did they see the same pitcher twice either. And Washington used 11 pitchers in the game.
This could be 2. Nope. Backhand dropped by Kinsler, and he settles for the tag on Granderson coming down to second base.
Could have been better, could have been worse. Could have not been able to pick up the ball and get anybody. Could have been better, because if he held on to it, I think Ian and or Elvis would have turned that double play. As it is, they get 1 out. Now they have to get Cervelli to get out of the inning. I think Ian would have been able to flip it to Elvis and probably get the double play right there.
Right off of his heel. Runners on the corners now, 2 outs. And Francisco Cervelli batting 9th with a .255 average. He was constantly on base last night. 1 for 1, but he walked 3 times. Scored a run and drove in a run with a 3rd inning single. Jorge Posada continues to recover from what the Yankees are describing as a mild concussion, which happened to him Tuesday. It took a couple of foul tips off his mask and being held out mostly as a precautionary measure. Posada says he hasn't had any symptoms of concussion, and he knows what those are because he's had concussions in the past.
But with all the discussion about concussions, you see athletes in all sports, I think, being treated a lot more cautiously than they have been ever before. Justin Morneau is going through the same thing with the Minnesota Twins right now, and you see it in football, of course, a lot. I think if you go back 20 years, 15 years, whatever, guys probably suffered the same thing. It either wasn't diagnosed, wasn't treated the same way as it is now. It's extremely cautious when you're dealing with a player who's had a concussion. From an athlete's standpoint, I think that's a wise thing to do.
Football players can tell you stories if they played a certain era, and it's the era you're talking about, 15, 20, 30 years ago, where they would have a concussion, but it was just described as getting your bell rung.
Yeah.
That would almost ring Cervelli's at his 3-0. And they would go to the bench, and then as soon as they could answer the right questions from the trainer or the team doctor, they go right back into the game.
Yeah, how many fingers do you see?
Sometimes 2 and 3 times in the course of a single game.
The Rangers were very cautious with Dustin Nippert, who took a line drive off the head.
3-0 taking, and there's a strike. After throwing just 10 pitches in the first inning, 23 pitches so far here in the second from Hunter. 3 straight hits with 1 out. Cano's double, followed by Berkman's RBI single and Granderson's single. Berkman at third, Pena at first, and Hunter keeping him tied at first base.
Tommy got the first 3 hitters, then got Rodriguez quickly in the second, got ahead of Cano with 2 strikes, and since that time hasn't located his pitches quite as well as he did in the first 4 hitters.
3-1 smash over Kinsler. Berkman comes home, and the Yankees have a 2-1 lead. And that is 4 solidly struck base hits here in the second inning off Tommy Hunter.
Well, the common theme for all of them is the ball is up and it's out over the plate. Not getting the ball down as much as he'd like to. Not really hitting the spot that he needs to hit. When he pitches up, it's right down the middle of the plate, and you need to throw a strike right there. You don't want to walk him. But that belt high strike down the middle of the plate gives the hitter a much better chance to hit it.
Well, you can hear the "Let's Go Rangers" chant now behind Hunter as he prepares to face Brett Gardner for the second time. On 2 inches, he got him to begin the game with a fly out to Bourbon in center field. So 2 runs in here in the second inning. Still runners on the corners. And there's a first pitch strike.
That's a little better. That's the cutter, and that's right on the inside part of the plate where he wanted it to be. Cutter's a good pitch when it moves into the left-hand hitter. When it just spins and goes straight, then it doesn't get to the location you want it to get to, and it becomes a pretty easy pitch to hit. And that hurt Tommy early in the Toronto game. Hurt him a little bit today, too.
Still not getting that high strike call by Ted Barron. Aims for it. Appeared to get it into the zone that time.
Yeah, that looked like he got all the way in the zone that time.
That's a critical pitch. Tommy's got to get the high strike call. It is something that he aims at, part of his repertoire. That one drifting outside, and now behind Gardner, 2-1. Well, as crisp and quick as the first inning was, the second inning is just the opposite. 5 consecutive Yankees have reached base since the strikeout of A-Rod to begin the inning.
He had a chance with Pena. Pena got on base, but on a force out. If Ian fields the ball cleanly, there's a chance they could have turned a double play to get out of the inning. Turned into a force out, but it has prolonged the inning.
Well, we got the Yankees with the hard stuff here. Very few off-speed pitches. Here's what Gardner gets. Fastball, low, full count. It's Swisher on deck. Ramiro Pena at third. Francisco Cervelli at first. And Hunter about to throw the 30th pitch of the second inning. There go the runners. It is high, ball 4, and the bases are loaded for Nick Swisher. And the absolute last thing the Rangers wanted to have to do in this game is make that early call to the bullpen after C.J. Wilson lasted only 3 innings last night.
Well, it'll be Rich Harden, I'm pretty sure, because there's not another guy out there that didn't pitch last night. Rich, of course, is a starting pitcher in the bullpen. No, it's not going to be Rich Harden. Let's see who that is. Dustin Nippert, maybe?
Yep, Dustin.
It may be a situation where Dustin will be the guy if he has to come into the second inning. That would be a little bit more suited to coming in with men on base in a relief situation. Rich would be a little more suited to coming in to start an inning and giving you multiple innings.
Nippert pitched to 2 batters in the 8th inning last night. And Hunter gets out in front of Swisher. 0-2. Struck him out his first trip. And last night, Scott Feldman was the Ranger pitcher in the 13th inning and got credit for the win, getting out of a bases loaded jam. Ron Washington says had to have someone in reserve if it had gone to 18, 19 innings or beyond, and that was Rich Harden. So he would have gotten as many innings as possible out of Feldman before getting into the position of having to spend that last reliever.
The Rangers were in that situation in Detroit and got a win when Matt Harrison was the last pitcher available and basically pitched till the game was over. Through 4 innings, threw well, shut the Tigers out for 4 innings. The Rangers got a win.
That was very high, would have been ball 2. Swisher went at it, and it stays 1-2. Yankees have played back-to-back games ended by walk-off home runs. Swisher ended the game with Baltimore on Wednesday with his 3rd career walk-off homer. And his 2nd straight on September 8th. Last year he did it to Tampa Bay. A swing and a miss on the good Tony Hunter curveball. And the Yankees are finally gone in the 2nd inning, but they take the lead with 2 runs on 4 base hits, and they leave them loaded. Browse the largest online selection of authentic team gear, including official caps, T-shirts, jerseys, collectibles, and more. Get your gear from the source. Shop the TexasRangers.com shop. And there's some well-turned-out fans among the packed house here. Standing room only for the 2nd of 3 against the Yankees. Still a couple thousand seats left. You want to come out tomorrow for our 2:05 start, which will wrap up the season series, perhaps the final playoff preview. All signs certainly pointing toward these 2 teams seeing one another. And Kinsler is up to lead off the Ranger half of the 2nd. Ian batting .294, 8 homers, 40 runs batted in, 2 for 4 last night, and he tied his season high with 3 runs. That before his 2nd ejection of the season, arguing a called strike 3 with Dale Scott. He had also tossed June 25th against the Astros. Well, A.J. Burnett has been sitting for quite some time. There's a roller out to third, and an easy play for Alex Rodriguez. Tommy Hunter throwing 35 pitches in the top of the second.
Unfortunately, he pitched out of that last jam, gave up 2 runs, still a 2-1 game. And one thing Tommy did in Toronto after he had that big 5-run inning against him in the third, he then pitched 4 more innings, gave up a solo home run late, but got through 7 innings and pitched much better after that inning. I guess that's what you're hoping for right here. Didn't have the excellent command within the strike zone that he would like to have had that last inning. He gave up a couple of runs, but not a big inning, only 2 runs. See if he can come back and pitch a little more efficiently after that.
Mitch Moreland 1 for 2 with 3 walks last night. He's the 3rd Ranger rookie since 1986 to walk 3 times in a game. Outside 2-0. Kevin Minch did it in 2002, and Chris Davis did it in 2008. Chris Davis is back up with the Rangers. Arrived on the wee hours, giving the Rangers some more corner infield depth, and the power bat off the bench for Ron Washington.
Mitch has walked 17 times in less than 100 at bats. That's an excellent walk rate. It's given him a solid on base percentage. He's walked almost as much as he struck out. It's pretty impressive for a young player.
And taking all the way at 3-0. Mitch on Thursday drove in 3 runs, a career high. Finding a different way to contribute seemingly every night. Now it's 3-2. A.J. Burnett walked the leadoff man in the first, Elvis Andrus, and he came around to give the Rangers the early lead, singled home by Vlad Guerrero. Still has thrown 1 more ball than strike among his first 29 pitches. And Moreland stays alive at 3-2. And there's Chris. Back home in the Ranger locker room. But watching Mitch Moreland manning first base. Chris's spot at the beginning of the year. Well, Tom, the Rangers started out with Chris Davis, hoping he could look like his 2008 self, and they only saw that in flashes this year. Then it was Justin Smoke. And who would have predicted that neither one of those two would be frontline first baseman late in the season? Nice comeback from 3-0 for A.J. Burnett to strike out Moreland. His second strikeout. And with 2 outs in the second, Matt Trainer will do the battle.
Good fastball in the strike zone, up and away. Burnett's always had a good fastball. I think the nights where he's at his best is when he combines his good fastball with his excellent curveball. The Rangers early in the game, it's only 7 hitters. Had a little bit of trouble with his fastball, except the one Vlad drilled into right center field to drive in the run.
Goes right after Trainer with a swing and a miss. Matt at 222. 5 homers. He's driven in 25. He has caught more than any game among all the Ranger catchers this year. And that number, of course, including at the beginning of the year, Jared Saltalamacchia and Taylor Teagarden has gone down and come back. Benji Molina as of midseason. Matt Trainer as the starter behind the plate. The record for the Rangers in those games, 35 wins and 22 losses. So there's a rocket into left center field.
At TREANOR, the 2-out single, solidly shot to bring up Julio Borbon, one of the heroes from last night.
He swung a bit and missed a fastball up. This one was down a little bit more in the strike zone. Probably not down to the point where Cervelli's mitt was. In a good part of the hitter's zone. Ripped into the field. Nice swing, nice hit by him.
So here is Julio off a career high 4 RBI night last night. Drove in the first 4 Ranger runs, as a matter of fact, 2 on groundouts and 2 on a double into the right field corner. Most RBIs by Rangers center fielder since Marlon Byrd late last year drove in 5 in a game against Tampa Bay. Julio had 4 runs batted in combined in the months of July and August. And last night drove in that many in one game. 11 bunt hits. Threat to beat out just about anything he puts on the ground. But he looks at that one, falls behind 0-2.
I've seen that called a ball a number of times when the Rangers are off the field. It's fine if that's a strike, but Tommy's thrown a number of balls in that same location.
Julio barely staying alive with that one. With his 8 runs batted in now the month of September, Borbon leads the Rangers in that category. Really remarkable. He went through a 35-game stretch with a total of 2 runs batted in. And then we see him turn in a game like last night. So there is hope that he will close out the regular season at maybe close to the level he showed in June. He was one of the top hitters in the American League. And Burnett thought he had that one nailed down. Went for the back door, just missed it.
That's another one that is there. Could have been a strike. You don't see it called very often on that one down in a way like that, right at the bottom of the strike zone. Hitters definitely don't feel like it's a strike. The tracker tends to show that it is, though.
A little farther outside with that one. It was 2-2. A.J. Burnett, a second-half pitcher throughout his career. 60-49 after the All-Star break. Also emphasizing the fastball. That one might have been ball 3. But Borbon had seen a pitch up there already called a strike by Ted Barrett, so he went after it. Burnett started the year 4-0. Thus starting his career. But 10-13 coming into this one. And he strikes out Borbon at the back door. 3 strikeouts, 2 in the second inning, 1 hit, 1 left. And after 2 complete, it's 2-1 New York. Toyota.com today. Toyota, moving forward. And by Firestone Complete Auto Care. We'll keep your car running newer, longer. Dave Barnett, Tom Grieve. We go to the third inning. The Yankees leading the Rangers 2-1. TEIXEIRA, A-Rod, and Cano against Tommy Hunter, who has had two completely different innings. A 10-pitch 1-2-3 first, a 35-pitch 2-run 4-hit second inning, in which he left the bases loaded. Starts TEIXEIRA with a strike.
And one thing good about that strike, it was down a little bit. Most of the pitches Tommy has thrown for balls have been up, but first two pitches here in the third inning, been able to keep them down.
Tex grounded out to short his first trip tonight. 0 for 6 so far in the series. Up and away with that one, 2 balls and a strike. It's the first stop on a 3-city, 9-game, 10-day road trip for the Yankees. From here, it's on to Tampa Bay and Baltimore. And the 3-1 pitch just foul off the first baseman's mitt of Moreland.
Got some people to thank for some goodies tonight. Ronnie and Cheryl Biesinger from Archer City, Texas. They're here celebrating their 35th anniversary. And for their 35th anniversary, they sent us up some praline pecans. Thank you very much for that. Lisa and Jerry Alcorn from Garland are here. Watch every night. Sent up a delicious batch of cookies. Thank you very much for that.
3-2, got him swinging.
Boy, Tex looked like he was fooled by that pitch. Threw it up and away and got kind of a half-hearted swing from a guy that doesn't make that kind of a swing very often. Looked like a cutter that stayed up and away and never came down into the strike zone like the spin might have indicated. Oh, nice first out for Tommy.
And here's A-Rod, who struck out his first time up. On 3 pitches, no less. And swings and misses at the curve. Tampa Bay destroyed Ricky Romero and the Blue Jays today, 13-1. That's the same Ricky Romero who's been so tough on the Rangers this year.
Yeah, from the Ranger perspective, you'd like to know how in the world they did that. They must have either swung the bats exceptionally well or caught him on a day where he didn't have very good stuff, because he hasn't looked like the kind of pitcher who would give up 13 runs on the days the Rangers saw him anyway.
So at the moment, Tampa Bay trails the Yankees in the American League East by just 1 game, as they're now at 86-55 and the Yankees 87-54. The 0-2 pitch to A-Rod, way outside. And with the Rangers and their magic number at 15, they will be watching, of course, the second game of the Boston-Oakland series. And that game just underway. Out west, Brett Anderson on the mound for the A's, who are an even 70-70 on the year. And after the results of last night, still 7.5 behind the Rangers. 1-2 pitch on A-Rod. Got him on a foul tip. Trainer holds on to it. 2 straight strikeouts of A-Rod and 2 straight strikeouts here in the third inning. 3 straight going back to Swishers, the last out of the second. So Tommy Hunter seems to have righted himself after a rough second inning start.
It was a foul tip, so he's out anyway. Looked like a pretty good pitch to go along with it right on the inside corner. Tommy struck out Swisher twice, Rodriguez twice, and also got TEIXEIRA. All 5 of his strikeouts are jammed in the second, third, and fourth hitters.
Robinson Cano, who doubled and scored the first of the 2 second inning runs. Yankee media were touting Robinson Cano for an MVP candidate in April this year. And to his credit, he has not made them look silly for that. He's had best offensive year of any second baseman.
He's a superstar player. There's nothing on the field he can't do. He's a terrific second baseman. Has a strong arm. Hits for power now. Drives in big runs. Handles the bat exceptionally well. Hits left-handed pitchers very well. Takes a walk. Just a great player.
Good chance of 30 homers, 100 runs batted in. And should finish somewhere well above 300, you would think. He's at 319 as of this trip. How about that?
That's a comeback right there.
Tommy Hunter strikes out the side to TEIXEIRA, A-Rod, and Cano. 4 straight strikeouts, and it's still 2-1 Yankees. Texas Rangers baseball on TXA 21 is brought to you by Budweiser with full flavor and a crisp, clean finish. It's what we do. Look at the packed house, SRO. There are lots of folks standing, especially strung out around the center field office balconies after 46,000 plus for the first game of the series last night, and the former president and Mrs. Bush in their familiar seats right next to the first base Ranger dugout. 2-1 Yankees. A.J. Burnett ready to go now through the Ranger order for the second time around. Top of the order here, Andrews, Young, and Murphy. Strike one to Elvis, who walked to begin the game. 3 batters later was singled home by Vlad Guerrero to give the Rangers a short-lived 1-0 lead.
Sandy Trombley sent us up a dish we've never had, Dave. Her husband Fred's favorite dish, as a matter of fact, fried okra salad. Was very well received by the food hounds up here in the press box. She wants us to give a shout out to her mom, Gracie Hilbus, in Wichita Falls. She adores the Rangers. Doesn't get a chance to come out and watch anymore, but watches them on TV. So Gracie, hope you're watching, and your daughter made a delicious batch of fried okra salad. Probably got the recipe from you.
That's shocking. Not that they made it, but that there is still a dish that had not been sent up here.
That's a good point.
2-2.
Beth Marshall from the Texas Rangers Women's Club asked us to please say hi to Onita Clark, 91 years old. Loves the Rangers. Hasn't been able to attend many games this year, but an active member of the Rangers Women's Club. Ladies do so much to benefit the organization, and everyone here appreciates it very much.
Burnett gets Elvis swinging for the first out in the Ranger third. 4 strikeouts through his first 10 batters. And here's the Toyota on the road American League scoreboard. Toyota moving forward. There's that Tampa Bay 13-1 win behind Wade Davis over Ricky Romero. Baltimore, completely different team since Buck Showalter took over, beating Detroit. And some of the later starts, including that Boston-Oakland game, Seattle, and the Angels also just underway. Breaking ball in there for strike one to Michael Young, who fouled out to the right fielder Swisher for the first out of the game.
And Burnett's starting to bend that curveball in there for strikes right now to go along with a solid fastball. And one hit the Rangers got was by Vladdy, and that drove in the 1 Ranger run.
Alfonso Marquez says Michael didn't go around, and it's 1-1. The A's going against John Lackey. Brett Anderson, the starter for Oakland in that game. As again, Michael goes down the right field line and into foul territory. Swisher right up against the wall for out number 2. It's very unusual. First 2 at bats, fouls out to the right fielder. They go an entire season to never do that. So Burnett gets the first 2 Rangers here in the 3rd inning. Swisher had plenty of time to chase that one down. It's fortunate that it didn't slice up into or over the wall. And here's Murphy, who was retired by Burnett himself on a ground ball, tagged him out as he reached first base. And again, Burnett starts with strike 1. Only 2 hits so far. Guerrero with the RBI single in the first. Trainer with a 2-out single on a line drive to left field in the second. Boston at Oakland tomorrow. Terrific pitching matchup with Josh Beckett against Dallas Braden. While at 2:05 here, we'll have the return of Cliff Lee to the rotation against Dustin Mosley, who will get a spot start for the Yankees. And Tom, I don't know if this is any kind of overstatement at all, but Cliff Lee's start tomorrow for postseason purposes may be the most important start for any Ranger this year, just to see if he is, as he says he is, healthy again after the back miseries.
Yeah, I would say that tomorrow is important because you'd like to make sure that Cliff is healthy. He hasn't pitched in 10 days, may not have his pinpoint command, but if he can have a solid start, throw 90 pitches tomorrow, and be healthy after the game, feel great after the game, he's going to have a couple of more starts as he gears up for postseason play. Be a good start to head in the right direction to see exactly what you want to see.
David Murphy works a walk. First since the first batter of the game for Burnett. And that brings up Glad. His first time up. He singled home Elvis Andrus, his 103rd run batted into the year.
I think with Cliff, you pretty much know what he can do when he's pitching like he's perfectly capable of pitching. The last couple of times out, he's had that nagging pain in his back. Hopefully that's gone. And tomorrow can be the start of getting him right back to where he was, in which case the Rangers will be in very good shape at the top of their rotation. That first pitch fastball lined into right field for a run the first time up. Not fastball that time, though. And not a strike either.
Well, the Rangers have been having to deal with the injury to Josh Hamilton for a week. The continued absence of Frank Francisco, who has yet to resume throwing. He's scheduled for another MRI Monday. He's lifting weights, doing some exercises, but hasn't taken the first real step back by throwing the bullpen. Another line drive base hit by Guerrero. Sliding stop by Gardner. Here comes Murphy.
And he will score to tie it at 2.
Well, 2 rockets by Vladdy. One to right center field, and now one to left center field. You've got great speed in the Yankee outfield, Gardner and Granderson, but that ball split him perfectly and was hit very hard. So it rolled far enough that Gardner couldn't stop it in time to keep David from scoring from first base. We'll take another look at the pitch that Vladdy hits. He hits a curveball that stays up and stays on the inside part of the plate, and that's why he ripped it so hard. Pitch before it was in the dirt and he missed it, but Burnett did not get that curveball where he wanted it, and Vladdy certainly made him pay for it.
Nelson Cruz now in a 2-2 game. Goes right after the first pitch. He struck out looking to end the first inning. But going through that list of issues, Hamilton, Francisco, Lee hopefully returning to form tomorrow. How timely is it that Vlad Guerrero has returned to form in such dramatic fashion over the last week or so? 2 for 2 in this game, 13 for his last 25. That is Vlad at his hottest. 0-2 to Cruz.
It's good to see Vladdy heating up. It's nice to see Nelly Cruz and Ian Kinsler working into midseason form after being on the disabled list. And you're right, now it's just a matter of getting Josh back in the middle of the lineup, getting some at-bats and getting back to where he wants to be. Love to get Frankie back for the end of the bullpen. And maybe the biggest key of all is getting Cliff Lee back to being Cliff Lee at the top of the rotation. And hopefully that starts tomorrow.
Up and away to Nelly, 1-2.
The Rangers have only had a couple of hits. Burnett's only walked one, but they forced him to throw 60 pitches right now in the third inning. Well, they've gotten his pitch count up there pretty good.
They're on the usual Yankee 3.5 hours plus pace. That's assuming this is a regulation game. Burnett in no hurry with the check of Vlad, and he gets Cruz swinging at the breaking ball, but the Rangers tie it. A run on one base hit. Vlad Guerrero has driven in both runs for the Rangers tonight, tied at 2. Seen all around the majors today. And let's check in with Gina Miller. Gina?
Thank you, Dave. Of course, the Rangers are taking part in this National Day of Service and Remembrance in honor of what happened on September 11th, 2001. The 2nd Battalion of the 142nd Infantry is here at the ballpark today of the Texas National Guard. Lieutenant Reese was here. How special was this to be out here before the game? The moment of silence, seeing everybody come up to you guys out there on the concourse, really appreciating everything you guys have done.
Yes, ma'am. It was a great honor to be here on September 11th, especially with New York in town. and for the soldiers to get a chance to do something they don't normally get to do. We're very honored to do that.
And then Sergeant Lemon was out there helping unfurl the American flag before the game. How cool was that?
It was a great experience, especially on such a day like today. Glad to be a part.
And what's even cooler is that the Texas Rangers have donated over a ton of tickets for tomorrow. More than 200 members of the Texas National Guard. Their family members will be here tomorrow. Hopefully, you'll see your Rangers sweep.
Hopefully. Let's go for 3.
I like it. I like it. Texas National Guard getting behind the Texas Rangers. Dave?
All right, Gina. Well, I don't know about you, Tom. I feel a whole lot safer.
I do, too.
1-2 to Lance Berkman. Out into shallow left field, and a base hit taken by Murphy on one hop, and Berkman is 2 for 2. Drove in a run, scored a run in the 2-run Yankee second inning. And he's aboard. Off of Hunter, begin the 4th. That brings up Curtis Granderson. You know, as we think back on 9/11 and the aftermath and the role that the Yankees played in lifting the spirits of the city of New York. Just weeks later, making the World Series and losing in that classic Game 7. Luis Gonzalez getting the game-winning hit off of Mariano Rivera.
And the way they came back in a couple of those games at Yankee Stadium was, I think, more than dramatic. It was incredible.
That had the unusual effect of making a lot of people who normally would never have rooted for the Yankees, they became Yankee fans during that entire postseason. I don't know if they still are, but they certainly were back in 01.
Yeah, I would have to say I'm not a huge Yankee fan, but I found myself rooting for the Yankees in the World Series that year.
I just couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it?
Just that Diamondback team kind of caught my fancy for some reason. Smash but foul. And it's 2-1 to Granderson. And 9 years later, Mariano Rivera is still every bit as tough to hit. A month ago yesterday, David Murphy had a Luis Gonzalez-like moment. 10th inning, bases loaded, game-winning single. This one is popped up. Young will give chase and see it go about 2 or 3 rows back out of play.
Well, that was a good pitch by Tommy. He got the cutter in and jammed Granderson. Got it to move exactly the way he wanted it to. See, Matt sets up in, and there comes the pitch right where he wanted it, inside part of the plate.
The HBO show 9 innings at Ground Zero. I don't know if you saw that.
I didn't see that.
Came out a couple of years after that. MLB reran it this morning.
I wish I did see it.
3-2 to Granderson. Well, one of the centerpiece stories of that show was the decision by then President George W. Bush to go out and throw the first pitch of a World Series game from the mound. And the considerations on both sides, was that a smart thing to do? Would it be seen symbolically to lift American spirits? And did Bush have the chance not to strike? He had the chance to say, no, I don't think this is a prudent measure to make at this point, but he was hearing none of it, and he did wear the jacket to make the Secret Service feel a little more secure. Granderson down on strikes, and that bulletproof jacket did not prevent him from firing a strike on that first pitch. 7 strikeouts now for Tommy Hunter through 3 1/3. 4 of those consecutively. Swisher to end the second. TEIXEIRA, Arod, and Cano. There's 3 outs in the third. Here's Ramiro Pena. He's on the fielder's choices first time up. Yankees now have out-hit the Rangers 5-3. Both teams have left 3. To center field, chasing Bourbon back. And he has room as he arrives on the warning track for out number 2.
That's a good thing Ramiro Pena hit that ball. That's his best bolt to the warning track. The big guy makes the same contact. That's way up on the grass. And Pena got a good pitch to hit. But he's not a home run hitter, even though he gave that one a pretty good ride. And you can get away with a pitch like that, up and out over the plate. to a guy like Pena. Generally, the little guys don't go on the grass in center field. He almost did.
So a long second out, and that brings up Cervelli. He singled in the second Yankee run. His 34th run batted in. 9 for his last 17 now. He's become a very tough out. Off his fists and out of play.
You know, entering the 4th inning, Tommy had thrown 60 pitches. He threw 35 pitches in the second inning, and that was a total after 3 innings less than A.J. Burnett, who'd thrown 61 pitches. So he had the one long inning that he really had to persevere through. Other than that, everything's gone pretty well.
Couldn't hold up on that one, and it's 0-2. Tommy suffered through a rough stretch of 6 batters in the second inning. Other than that, he has been superb. Retired the Yankees in order in the first and the third. Striking out the side last inning. Trying to work around the leadoff single by Berkman here in the 4th. Berkman a very slight chance to run. 0-2 on Cervelli. Born and still lives in Valencia, Venezuela. Curve just misses. A warm, muggy night. It was 92 degrees for our first pitch, 89 degrees at the moment. A little bit low, 2-2. But the humidity definitely a factor, and with Hunter now at 76 pitches, Tom, really important for him to be as economical as possible if he's going to get at all into and past the middle innings in this game.
Yeah, I think you're shooting for 6 right now. Be around 100 pitches, a little over 100 pitches if you can have a good end here to the 4th inning and a quick 5th inning.
Well, after jumping ahead of Cervelli, he's now run the count full. 10-pitch first inning, 15-pitch third inning, 35 pitches to get through the second. Now this will be his 18th pitch of the 4th. Just missed inside. So Cervelli reaches again. His 4th walk of this series. Berkman now at 2nd. And 3rd time through the Yankee order begins now with Brett Gardner. And a pitch that Ted Berra definitely got right. Gardner has flied to center and walked. 0 for 5 so far in the series. 2 walks. Last night struck out twice. 27-year-old from Holly Hill, South Carolina. And the College of Charleston. Certainly the best player ever to come out of that program. A 3rd-round draft pick in 2005. And he's really emerged as a speed threat for this Yankee team. He's 5th in the majors with 40 stolen bases. Just the 7th Yankee in the last 7 decades to steal that many in a year. Hunter starts in with strike 1.
One of the things that Gardner does very well is give you a strong at bat. He's walked 71 times. Got a good on base percentage of .388. And for a guy like him, that on base percentage, that's one of the reasons he's stolen 40 bases. He's been able to get on base a lot.
Nothing in 2. Hunter there again. 2nd straight batter. He was not able to take advantage of getting out in front of Francisco Cervelli. So he will try to finish off the inning with Gardner here. just missed high with a curve.
He just has not gotten that pitch all day long. Borderline pitch at the top of the strike zone. And it's again, that according to our tracker, a lot of those pitches Tommy has thrown have been in the strike zone. I don't think he's gotten that call one time tonight.
Same pitch. Gardner stays alive. If he can keep the inning going, Nick Swisher would be next. Lance Berkman at second after starting the fourth with a single. 2 outs later, the walk of Cervelli has him at first. Now they're trying to keep this a 2-2 game. His 83rd pitch of the night on the way. And he got him for his 8th strikeout of the night. 1 hit for the Yankees. They leave 2. And after 3.5, we're still tied at 2. Baseball on TXA 21 is brought to you by Toyota. Visit buyatoyota.com today. Toyota, moving forward. And by Standard Insurance, call 1-800-929-2424. Dave Barnett with Tom Grieve. We go to the bottom of the fourth in a 2-2 ball game. And during that entire period between innings, a long, loud, continuous standing ovation for the Texas Army National Guard, the group just spotlighted by Gina Miller. That was quite some moment. It just went on and on and on. Everybody in this park standing and applauding those gentlemen and ladies. It'll be Kinsler, Moreland, and Trainor in the Ranger fourth. A.J. Burnett has thrown 61 pitches, 35 strikes through 3. He's given up single runs in the first and the third. Both Ranger runs began as walks. Andrews in the first, singled home by Guerrero. Murphy walked with 2 outs in the third. Kinsler goes after the first pitch right to Brett Gardner in left field. 0 for 2 night for Ian. A very rare 1-pitch at bat brings up Mitch Moreland. Moreland, first time up, got deep into the count before striking out. Well, this time last night, C.J. Wilson was already gone from the game. The Rangers went on to tie a major league record using 11 pitchers. They had used 10 pitchers in a game back on September 1st, 1993 against Boston. That was Darren Oliver's major league debut. So he's been involved in both the Ranger club records and the tying of the Major League record last night. Oliver faced one batter in that game back in '93. The total of 19 pitchers used by both teams, an American League record. Five hours, 12 minutes, the longest running time of the game in the American League this year. And a 13-inning or longer game for the third time in the Rangers 2010 season. 2-1 to Moreland. Rangers managing to win that game despite a very short outing by C.J. Wilson. It looked early as if the same thing might happen to Tommy Hunter in this game after his rocky second inning. But Tommy has recovered quite nicely and is sitting at 8 strikeouts through 4 innings.
Yeah, it's the most strikeouts Tommy's had. He had 7 one time against the Orioles earlier in the season. So through 4 innings, he's got his strikeout high of the year.
Grounded sharply, fair to TEIXEIRA with a terrific diving stop, and he barely beats Moreland for the unassisted out.
Well, Ranger fans saw that a lot during Texas time with the Rangers. Not a better first baseman in baseball than Mark. And going in that direction with his long arms and the glove on his left hand, he's able to take base hits, extra base hits away from hitters frequently down the right field line. Borbon got one last night down by him, but he was farther off the bag and closer to the plate. Never had time to dive and try to catch it.
2 outs, and here's Matt Trainer. First time up, he singled sharply to left field. It's top speed on an A.J. Burnett fastball, 94 miles an hour. Burnett, in his first 5 appearances against the Rangers, was winless in his last 6. Going back a little over 2 years, he's 4-1. Out of play, 1-1 to Trainer. 8th round draft pick by the Mets in 1995. AJ coming out of Central Arkansas Christian High School. Born, still lives in North Little Rock, Arkansas. Check swing on a good breaking ball, and it's 1-2. And trying to get back to his early season form. He started this year 4-0 and has gone 6-13 since then. 2-2 to Trainer. April 17th, he beat Scott Feldman 7-3. 7 shutout innings, allowing 6 hits in that game at Yankee Stadium, on the first Ranger road trip of the year. This is 12th career appearance, his 11th start against the Rangers. A no decision here last time the Yankees were in town, August 10th. That game that David Murphy ended with a base hit off of Rivera in the 10th inning. 3-2 to Trainer. Burnett in that game going 7 innings, allowing 3 runs on 6 hits. Here's the 3-2 to Matt. Might have been outside, too close for him to let go, and he's still alive. If he reaches, Julio Borbon would be next. The 3-2 pitch must have been a little outside. Jay Burnett probably wondering that himself at the moment. A 2-out walk. Matt Trainer aboard, and here is Borbon.
want to say hi to Kenneth Furr. Kenneth is having some health problems. Kenneth, we know you're watching every game. Hope you're watching right now. I hope you're doing better. The Rangers are thinking about you. Appreciate being such a great fan.
And another borderline call going against the pitcher from Ted Barrett. Bourbon struck out his first time up. And a quick fastball to get ahead here. Julio hitting .351 in his last 11 games, hitting in 9 of those 11. 13 for his last 28. 3 doubles among those 13 base hits. Base hit. Swisher's throw back in to make sure TREANOR stays at second base. Off the glove of Pena. Deflects right to A-Rod. And with 2 outs, the hot bat of Bourbon evident again to keep this inning alive. Bring up Elvis Andrus again.
Nice swing by Julio, too. Burnett threw that ball where he wanted to on the inside part of the plate. And Julio just put a great swing on it. Not only hit it, but hit it hard. Didn't get jammed at all. Lifted into right field. Another example of the pitcher can still make his pitch and the hitter can still hit it. Elvis came back last night after not playing for a few games. A little bit of a hamstring twinge. An opportunity to get his first hit since he's back and drive in the 3rd run for the Rangers.
Yeah, maybe he's knocked some of the rust off. It was very evident in his 0 for 6 last night. He walked, scored in the 1st, struck out in the 3rd. Left after the 3rd inning last Saturday with the hamstring issues in Minnesota. Says he could have played the last 2 games of the series at Toronto, but Ron Washington being very cautious with good reason on the AstroTurf field at Rogers Center, saving Elvis for the return home. 2 balls and no strikes. .78 pitches for A.J. Burnett.
Well, both Tommy and Burnett are averaging about 20, right around 20 pitches an inning. Burnett's been right around 20 pitches in each inning. I don't think he's had a quick inning as far as pitch count goes.
Yeah, 21 in each of the first 2 innings, 19 in the 3rd. 18th pitch of the 4th, and it gets by Cervelli. Both runners will move up. TREANOR at 3rd, Bourbon at 2nd. On the wild pitch, it is 3-0 to Elvis. Too much break on that one, which was outside to begin with, as you can see. The 15th wild pitch thrown by Burnett this year. And Elvis taking all the way at 3-0. Burnett entered the game 69 walks in 164 innings. Pretty high ratio. Not your control pitcher. TREANOR at 3rd is his 3rd walk of this game. The first 2 became runs. And that check swing probably would have been ball 4. Instead, he's full up on Andrus. First ball in the dugout. Murphy scored the 2nd Ranger run after walking with 2 outs in the 3rd. Elvis, the leadoff walk in the 1st. Both sent home on Vlad Guerrero RBI singles. The Yankees got their 2 in a 35-pitch 2nd inning. Cano doubled. RBI singles by Berkman and Cervelli. Runner's going to start here at 3-2 and again fouled off. So Elvis cranks the tensions a little bit higher here. TREANOR returns to 3rd, Bourbon to 2nd. The inning began well for Burnett. He got Kinsler on the liner to left. Moreland on a terrific defensive play at first by Teixeira. Trouble since then. Here's the 3-2. Called strike 3. Fastball at the knees. One hit, 2 left, both in scoring position. We played 4. Yankees 2, Rangers 2. Vegas. For information and tickets, call 1-800-BLUE-MAN. Last night, fairer rendition of the national anthem, I think the most unusual I've ever heard.
Yeah, it was. It was interesting.
Played out on some sort of homemade percussion instrument. Tommy Hunter's thrown 83 pitches, has a career-high 8 strikeouts through 4. Allowed the 2 second-inning runs, 4 hits in that inning. In the other 3 innings combined, only 1. That was Berkman's leadoff single back in the last inning, the 4th.
And both pitchers have had to battle through 4 innings. They've both thrown around 80 pitches. A lot of strikeouts in the game. 14 total strikeouts through 4 innings.
Swisher, Teixeira, and Rodriguez in the 5th inning. They are all 0 for 2. Swisher has struck out twice. Teixeira once and is grounded out, and A-Rod has struck out twice. So Hunter has owned the toughest part of the Yankee order so far. Jumps out ahead here, 0-2.
And Tommy's made his best pitches to Swisher tonight. Best curveballs anyway. Swisher saw a curveball on the first pitch, swung and missed at it, and then took a fastball.
With the pitch count being what it is, Rangers have left-hander Michael Kirkman loosening up in the bullpen. Easy ground ball to Kinsler. There have been that many balls put in play in this game.
Wow.
And very little activity for the infielders. Teixeira grounded out to Andrews in the 1st inning. And that is the only ground out since then. Pena also with a ground ball that became a fielder's choice in the 2nd. Other than that, it's strikeouts, fly balls.
Quiet in the infield.
Right up the middle. As the Rangers again had the overshift on. Andrews playing to the right of second base. But Teixeira with that laser shot to beat any kind of overshift.
After 4 innings, the Rangers have only had 4 balls grounded in outs. Glad Tommy was able to get out of the way of that line drive. Tough one to make any kind of an adjustment on defensively. That was a rope. Elvis didn't have time to move much for it.
That brings up A-Rod. Caught looking in the 2nd, swinging in the 3rd. Hunter still not getting that high strike, especially early in the count. A-Rod last night 3 for 6. Scored twice. His double keyed the 4-run third inning. 22 homers, 102 runs batted in. Did he go around on that one?
I think so. Umpire said so anyway.
He did. It's 1-1.
And that's all that matters.
14 seasons now of 100 runs batted in for A-Rod, the most in modern Major League history. His 13th straight season to drive in 100. And that ties the records held by Lou Gehrig and Jimmy Fox. Not the most popular player in baseball, but year in, year out, among the handful of toughest outs in baseball. Nothing has changed that.
Yeah, you may not choose to like Alex, but it's pretty tough to deny the consistency and the talent that he's displayed for 14 years.
Out west, the Red Sox taking a 1-0 lead on the A's. That game in the third inning. 3-2.
A 3-1 count, fastball count. Nothing fancy there. That's a belt high fastball. Trying to get it in. Got it on the inner third of the plate. Alex, big swing, no contact.
Marco Scudero's homered in the top of the third for Boston, 1-0 over the A's. 7.5 back of the Rangers. And A-Rod just staying alive.
Just tipped it right into the mask of the home plate umpire, Ted Barrett.
Flash of lightning. There were some very threatening looking clouds creeping over the left field wall just as it went dark. Possibility of showers in the forecast this warm, muggy night. 87 degrees at the moment. And Tommy Hunter at 93 pitches. He's thrown 17 first pitch strikes. A career high 8 strikeouts, only 3 ground outs, and 2 fly ball outs. Trying to strike out A-Rod for the third time tonight. There goes the runner, and it is foul back. And he'll have to do it all over again as the Teixeira will return to first. Robinson Cano, the on-deck circle. This has been a night of just sheer will for Hunter, battling through the second inning when the Rangers already got activity up in the bullpen. Kirkman throwing now, but it's because he's nearing 100 pitches. And there is ball 4. 2 on with 1 out for Cano. That's the third walk issued by Hunter. First 2 haven't damaged him at all. Gardner in the second, followed by a strikeout of Swisher. Cervelli in the fourth, followed by a strikeout of Gardner. Mike Maddox will come out, give Kirkman a little more time to throw.
And this is a tough situation for Tommy right here. It's the Yankees' best hitter up now with men on first and second. A lefty warming up. It really doesn't matter to Cano. I don't think they're going to change pitchers here anyway, but even if they did, lefty righty doesn't matter to Cano. He's an excellent hitter against left-handed pitching.
Well, the series closing out tomorrow with a 2:05 first pitch against the Yankees. It's Dreyer's Ice Cream Sundae. Kids 13 and under can get ice cream for just $1. Buy in advance. Sales have been very strong. We'll be pretty close to a capacity house tomorrow. Visit TexasRangers.com or call 972-RANGERS. Come out and see the return of Cliff Lee against Dustin Mosley. Again, 2:05 tomorrow afternoon to close out the regular season series against the Yankees. Here, Cano with 1 out. And Teixeira at second base, Rodriguez at first. Cano doubled and scored the first of their 2 second-inning runs. Last time up, he struck out, as Hunter had his best inning in the 3rd, striking out TEIXEIRA, A-Rod, and Cano. And a run of 4 straight strikeouts at that point. Double play depth to the infield, and a pop-up foul. That's going to come back well out of play. Since 1961, Robinson Cano has the 3rd best career average in baseball in the months of September and October, .337. You told a lot of people that there's a Yankee with that stat, they would maybe make a few guesses before coming around to Robinson Cano. Fair or foul? This one hooks foul. Nothing in 2.
Tommy struck Cano out the last time up on a high fastball, a little bit out of the strike zone. 16 double plays for Cano. That'd be nice right now. Just haven't been many ground balls in the game. A lot of high fastballs for Tommy.
Line drive, speared by Kinsler. The throw back to second in time. Double play.
That's a nice adjustment right there. He had looked to first. A-Rod got back. But fortunately at second, TEIXEIRA couldn't get back. Not your traditionally turned double play, but it'll work.
Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Well, the wind has turned around and the rain has begun to fall a few minutes after we had that big lightning flash out past left field. It is coming down now here at the ballpark as Michael Young settles in to lead off the Ranger fifth in this 2-2 tie. Michael has twice fouled out to the right fielder SWISHER.
If it stays like this, it won't be a problem, but it doesn't look like it's going to stay like this. Dropped in temperature 4 or 5 degrees pretty quick. Fans are going to scatter. Grounds crews poised underneath this fence out in left field.
Ground crew prepared to spring into duty, and that could be any pitch now, it looks like. Hopefully just something that will move through the area.
It looks worse on TV than it is, but it's not great.
Yeah, the raindrops aren't very large. There's just a lot of them. And they're coming down harder and harder with each pitch. Here's the 1-2 to Young. And that a foul ball off of Michael's leg to keep it 1-2. Well, the wind was whistling in from right field, and now it's turned around and is blowing in even harder from left field. Just in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, they're going to have to get the tarp on now. Now it is raining hard.
It is coming down, blowing in sheets.
This may be football weather, but it's not baseball weather.
2-2 to Young. It is literally getting harder by the pitch, and finally, Dale Scott, crew chief out at third base, says, all right, enough, let's get the tarp out here. And with a 2-2 count on Michael Young leading off the bottom of the fifth inning and a 2-2 tie, we go into rain delay mode. At 9:02 here at the ballpark. This one of the fastest grounds crews in baseball. We'll get the tarp out, and hopefully this will only last a few minutes, and we will be back at baseball very, very soon. It's a 2-2 game. Rangers with a score in the first on a leadoff walk by Andrus, and 3 batters later an RBI single by Vlad Guerrero. The Yankees got their runs in the second inning. After a strikeout of A-Rod, Cano doubled, Berkman singled him home, and 3 batters later Cervelli singled home Berkman. Rangers tied it with a run in the third with 2 outs. Murphy walked, and Guerrero with his second RBI single. Now at 104 runs batted in for the year, made it 2-2. Burnett getting out of a bit of a jam in the fourth inning, striking out Andrus with 2 aboard. And for Tommy Hunter, except for that second inning, he has been superb. A career high 8 strikeouts through 4 innings of this game, including 2 strikeouts of Alex Rodriguez. So with the rain delay here at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington, a 2-2 tie in the bottom of the fifth inning, we will give you an episode of Coach and report back to duty when the rain has passed through. For now, enjoy Coach. Night Baseball here on TXA 21. Dave Barnett with Tom Green. We have had a rain delay of not quite 1 hour, but the rains have passed through. Here's how we got to a 2-2 tie. In the first inning, Vlad Guerrero singling home Elvis Andrus, who had led off of the walk. In the second, the Yankees got to Tommy Hunter for 2. Robinson Cano singled home by Lance Berkman. And Francisco Cervelli's base hit scored Berkman to make it 2-1 New York at that point. But the Rangers come right back at the third inning to tie it up. After a 2-out walk to David Murphy, Vlad Guerrero, second straight run batted in hit. Made it 2-2 as we welcome you back to sold-out Rangers Ballpark in Arlington, where we will have Chad Godin take over for A.J. Burnett, inheriting a 2-2 count on Michael Young, the leadoff hitter for the Rangers in the bottom of the fifth. And you remember Chad Godin's work from just last night, actually early this morning after the stroke of midnight. He came on in the 12th inning. First batter he faced then was Michael Young. He got him to fly out. He got Murphy and Esteban Herman on groundouts. But then the first and only pitch he threw in the bottom of the 13th. You know what happened to that one. Nelson Cruz, with his second home run of the game, made the Rangers a winner. And Young goes after the first pitch here. He flies out to Swisher in right field, and we are back underway. Godin is 27. He's out of River Ridge, Louisiana. Acquired from the Padres for cash last August 6th. And here is Murphy. 0 for 1 with a walk and that run scored in the third inning. So A.J. Burnett goes 4 innings and allows 2 runs on 4 hits. Meanwhile, the Rangers have Rich Harden warming up after Michael Kirkman twice had gotten up before the rain delay, and now they are both loosening up in the Ranger bullpen. Out of play, 1-2 to Murphy. So Tommy Hunter goes 5 innings, allows 2 runs on 6 hits. As you see Kirkman and Harden. Tommy tonight had a career high 8 strikeouts, and they were all through 4 innings. Struck out the side. Teixeira, A-Rod, and Cano in the third. Some of the best pitching we've ever seen from Tommy Hunter. But he will take the no decision and remain 12-3. A 2-2 count on Murphy with Vlad Guerrero on deck. And a little chopper foul. Meanwhile, out west, the A's have tied the Red Sox at 2-2. 2 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning. They had been shut out on 2 hits through 6 by John Lackey. The A's 7.5 behind the Rangers. The other game going out west, the Angels lead Seattle 5-0. That is also in the bottom of the 7th inning. The game the Yankees most interested in this afternoon. Tampa Bay won at Toronto 13-1. And with that decision, the Rays are just 1 game back of the Yankees atop the American League East. Murphy looks at strike 3.
Good pitch by Godin. Breaking ball right on the outside corner. Exactly what he's trying to do. You see the catcher's glove on the outside corner. Started out as a ball, curved back into being a strike.
So 2 outs, and here's Guerrero. RBI singles and doubles in his first 2 trips. Up to 104 runs batted in now for the year. And 13 for his last 25. Now with a 7-game hitting streak. Another rocket headed to the corner. Gardner will throw it into second base, and Guerrero slides out. So Vlad trying to stretch that to a double, but is thrown out by Brett Gardner. And Chad Godin faces the minimum 3 in the bottom of the 5th inning. Close play. And we remain 2-2 headed to the 6th. Back in business here in Arlington. That'll be the last game of this homestand. Tomorrow at 2, Cliff Lee against Dustin Mosley to wrap up this Yankee series. And then after a day off Monday, it's the Tigers Tuesday and Wednesday. Michael Kirkman it is, replacing Tommy Hunter here in the 6th inning. What a start he has had to his major league career. First 9 outings, an .082 earned run average with 11 strikeouts, 1 per inning, 5 walks, and a .158 opponent batting average. Lance Berkman will turn around and bat right-handed. Berkman 2 for 2. Single, drove in a run, scored a run. Involved in both the Yankee second inning tallies. And he led off the 4th with a base hit against Tommy Hunter. Hunter goes 5 innings, 2 runs on 6 hits. As we said, the career high 8 strikeouts, 3 walks. He threw 98 pitches, 63 strikes. A rain delay at 59 minutes. A little number handled at first by Moreland to Kirkman covering. 2 pitches, all it takes, and Berkman finally retired for the first time tonight.
You have to like the way Kirkman has come up and adapted to the relief role. He was the starting pitcher, the best starting pitcher in the American Association this year. Most valuable pitcher in the league. And he's come up here in a relief role and done an excellent job. He's come into close games, tight games, late in the game in a pennant race. He's thrown strikes, used his breaking ball effectively to get out left-hand hitters. I'd be really impressed with that.
Curtis Granderson 1 for 2, a single and a strikeout. His bunt is going to be a tough play, and he beats it out. That should be a base hit all the way. A punched bunt, which forced Moreland to venture far off the bag over at first base. Kirkman did what he could, trying to scramble over to cover.
If you can get the bunt down, a guy like Bourbon, a guy like Granderson, and you can make the first baseman field it far enough away from the bag, you're pretty confident that you can beat a left-hand pitcher to the bag, and that's what happened with Granderson. He bunted it hard enough and far enough away from the bag that there was nothing Moreland could do to take it himself, and then he just beat Kirkman to the bag.
Well, and kind of a scary off-balance ending to that adventure by Kirkman. Apparently is okay. Looked like a possible turned ankle or knee could have been the result. So Ramiro Pena, the batter, 0 for 2. Granderson at first, 1 out in the top of the 6th inning. Michael Kirkman named the Pacific Coast League Pitcher of the Year, 13-3, a 3.09 earned run average for Oklahoma City. Strike 1 to Pena. What is it about his stuff, just the pure element of what he sends up there against the hitters, that they're having a tough time so far adjusting to?
Well, he's got good command of a fastball, a solid average to a little bit above average fastball, and he's got good breaking balls, slider and a curveball that he can throw for strikes. And he's got the deception to a left-hand hitter. When he throws that good breaking ball down and away, I don't think there's been a left-hand hitter he's faced that's really had a good swing at it. I think he's just got a good combination of pitches. Good stuff.
His debut in Baltimore, he struck out the side in his very first major league inning. Immediately showed what he was capable of. Well, the A's have now made it a 3-run 7th inning and taken a 3-2 lead over the Red Sox. Angels have added a couple in their 7th inning, and now they lead Seattle 7-0. And in the National League, some key results. San Diego won the Giants 0 after the Giants had beaten them by that same score last night to pull even in the National League West. Runner goes, and the pitch is nubbed foul. It's 2-2 to Pena. Stouffer over Bumgarner. Keith Bell saves his 40th game of the year. Padres back in front by 1 over San Francisco in the West. And in the East, Atlanta in 12 innings defeated the Cardinals 6-3. The Phillies lost. So those two are in a flat-footed tie in the East. Skied to Murphy out in left field. 2 outs. So with Granderson still at first, 2 outs, here is Cervelli. And boy, has he been a tough out so far for Ranger pitching. He, in fact, has not yet been retired in this series. Tonight, an RBI single in the 2nd, a walk in the 4th. Last night, 1 for 1, an RBI single, and 3 walks, one of which was intentional. He scored a run last night. Again, Jorge Posada sitting out as the Yankees are taking no chances with a mild concussion. They say he suffered on Tuesday night. They do expect that Posada will be their starting catcher tomorrow, handling Dustin Mosley. Well, what a job by Cervelli figuring in and filling in as a major factor in both of these games. Does it look like there are many folks left during the 59-minute rain delay? Those who are here now amusing themselves with a wave in this 2-2 game in the 6th. Good breaking ball by Kirkman, 1-1. Kirkman out of Lake City, Florida. A starter until his last 2 outings with Oklahoma City, as they prepared him for the role he now occupies in the Ranger bullpen. Now, Tom, would you expect it the rest of the way to be a matchup type of managing for Ron Washington, inning by inning, maybe occasionally pitcher by pitcher, because nobody really worked a very long relief stretch last night. Matt Harrison worked the longest. That was 2 2/3.
He's got Rich Harden warming up right now. You can use Rich any way you'd like to. I think as long as Rich is throwing the ball fine, you could use him for multiple innings, depending on how he's throwing the ball. You got a lot of guys that pitched last night who are still available tonight because they didn't pitch very much. Matching up last night worked very well. All the pitchers Ron used came in and got the job done. That was a strike. Just wasn't called a strike.
Barrett has not been very pitcher friendly behind the plate. 3 balls and a strike. Brett Gardner on deck. With Granderson at first, 2 outs in the top of the 6th in this 2-2 tie. And that was low for ball 4. So 2 of the first 4 Yankees reach against Kirkman.
I don't have the slightest idea what it is about Cervelli that has caused the Ranger pitchers to walk him 4 times in the last 2 nights. He's batting 9th. He's a .250 hitter. He hasn't hit a home run, so you don't really have to stay away from his power that much. Yet give him credit. He's worked 4 walks in 2 nights. 5 times actually.
Well, Brett Gardner has been called back to the dugout here. And Ron Washington is ready to make the move. And Rich Harden will come on. Austin Kearns is the man that Joe Girardi is prepared to pinch hit here. So here comes Harden, the only Ranger pitcher not used out of the bullpen in last night's marathon. He comes in here with 2 outs, 2 on, 6th inning in a 2-2 game.
Been made very aware of the infamous claw and antlers that the Rangers players have made famous out on the field, and now the fans can get on the action. All you have to do is go to one of the fan shops in Dallas, Fort Worth. They're out here at the ballpark. You can buy your own big claw or claw and antlers t-shirt. And look, I found the youngest fan, Rangers fan, that can do the claw. Let's do it. This is Jake. He's 1 year old. Jake, show us the claw. There he goes. Way up high. Show us the claw. How about the antlers? Jake got a little stage.
There he goes.
He can do the antlers. And all y'all make sure and go out and get in on the action, Rangers.
That's
Claw
great.
and antlers. It's all the rage right now. Back to you.
All right.
So not exactly sure why he did it, but he knows how to do it.
Oh, Rich Harden says hello to Austin Kearns by hitting him with his first pitch to load the bases.
That wasn't in the cards. Now you have to face Swisher with the bases loaded.
Rich Harden in his 19th game of the year. He is 5-5. He has had some brilliant starts, but not nearly enough of them. Not near enough consistency to remain in the rotation. This is his second relief outing. 17 starts, 87 in the third innings. He's allowed 83 hits, struck out 73, walked way too many batters, 58. And he just hit his 8th man of the season. Going right after the first pitch, Swisher fouls it out of play. Austin Kearns hit for Brett Gardner, who was 0 for 2 with a walk. Kirkman faced 4 batters, retired 2. Granderson, after bunting his way on, is now at third. Cervelli now at second after the walk. And the 0-1 pitch is high and away. 1-1 to Swisher. The A's and the Red Sox now are in the bottom of the 8th inning out west, with the A's leading 3-2. All the runs scoring in the 7th inning. Cruz makes the play, and Harden, after hitting Kearns with the first pitch he throws, leads to bases loaded. Worth $800 and dinner for 2 at the Sonic Drive-In. And tonight the Rangers are hitting for Jamie Lawrence of Farmersville. If the Ranger hits a grand slam during this inning, Jamie Lawrence from Farmersville will win $25,000. You can register at any North Texas Sonic restaurant. Austin Kearns stays in the game in left field after hitting for Brett Gardner. Nelson Cruz to lead off the bottom of the 6th inning. He has struck out twice, both against A.J. Burnett, who went the first 4 for the Yankees. 2 runs on 4 hits, 6 strikeouts, 3 walks. And Cruz goes right to work with a base hit on the first pitch he sees from Godin.
Well, last night Godin threw the breaking ball and hung it, and Nelly hit it out of the ballpark to left field. Tonight he threw the breaking ball. It was a pretty good one. It's more down and away. You can see Cervelli putting his glove way down to make him concentrate, and he got it down there. Nelly didn't drive this one, but he ended up with a base hit anyway.
So many good signs right now about Nelson Cruz's return to form at the plate. Waiting, keeping his weight back on that one. Hitting to all fields with power. He showed late yesterday. Tie it and win it. Here's Ian Kinsler, 0 for 2. Grounded out and fly to left. Burnett threw 88 pitches, 51 strikes. Tommy Hunter threw 98 pitches, 63 strikes. In going the first 5 for Texas. Kirkman then for 2/3. And Rich Harden's game at the moment. The attendance, by the way, 49,210. That's the 7th sellout of the year and the 2nd largest crowd of the year, behind only opening day, when the Rangers put better than 50,000 in the park. few folks left during the 59-minute rain delay. This time last night, we had 2 more hours of baseball in front of us. Fans who are still here, however, Tom, want to see some action.
Well, they've waited a long time to get some action. It's been a good game so far. Yankees have stranded 9 guys through 6 innings, kind of picking up where they left off in last night's game. Vladdy's been the offense for the Rangers so far.
Yankees left 18 men on last night. 9 so far in this game. They have left the bases loaded twice in the 2nd and again in the 6th. A lot of hits, not very many timely hits so far. Kinsler sends one up to Gap. Granderson can't get it. Kinsler will have to throw on the brakes and settle for a single. Cruz makes 3rd, though. The Rangers are in business with runners on the corners. Nobody out for Mitch Moreland.
You couldn't tell off the bat whether Granderson was going to be able to catch that ball. He was playing, shading him a little bit toward right center field. Kinsler hit a low line drive. Granderson was able to cut it off, get it in quickly, and took a huge turn around first. Wanted to go for 2, but Granderson made a nice play to get it and a strong throw to second base. And that forced Ian to go back to first base.
That is going to be it for Chad Godin, as the lone left-hander in the New York bullpen, Boone Logan, comes on. He'll face the lefty Moreland with Cruz at 3rd, Kinsler at 1st, nobody out, 2-2 tie. A native of San Antonio and a resident of Helotes, Texas. On to face Mitch Moreland in a 2-2 tie, and he inherits Cruz at 3rd, Kinsler at 1st. 42nd outing for Logan. Well, it's been just about impossible to hit lately, Tom.
Yeah, Logan came into the game last night in the 6th inning as well to face Moreland. Kinsler had led off the 6th with a single, and Moreland walked. That was the only batter that Logan faced last night.
Boone Logan, since the All-Star break in 24 outings, has an ERA of 0.55. That is the best in the major leagues. Unscored on in his last 23 appearances. And a nice block by Cervelli. This is the 2nd longest scoreless stretch by Yankees since 1920. Trailing only Mariano Rivera's 28 straight scoreless outings in 1999. 8 hits, 5 walks, 17 strikeouts in 14 2/3 innings. Moreland waiting for the 1-0 pitch. 1 ball and 1 strike. Logan last night was the first Yankee out of the bullpen. 6 would follow him. He follows Godin here. Godin, the last Yankee pitcher last night. Logan came in the 6th after a leadoff single by Kinsler chased Javier Vasquez. 1-2. And after walking Moreland, he gave way to David Robertson. He allowed a sacrifice bunt by Molina. RBI ground out by Bourbon. And then retired Andrews, and then it was Wood, Chamberlain, Hughes, Rivera, and Godin. A check swing. Did he go? He did. Out number 1. And Matt Trainer now with a chance to break the 2-2 tie. Well, I don't know, Tom. That angle and that too don't appear to show Moreland breaking the wrist.
Let's check it from this angle. Yeah, from the first angle, it definitely looked like he didn't. From that angle, it looked like he probably got the head of the bat through the zone. Good breaking ball by Logan. Mitch had one fastball to hit, 94-mile-an-hour fastball that he fouled off. Logan's been tough on everybody, but you think he'd be exceptionally tough on left-hand hitters with that breaking ball. And he was.
Matt Trainer has been aboard both times tonight with a single and a walk. David Robertson, who followed Logan last night, now loosening up.
They've got Bourbon up next as a left-hand hitter, and so Logan coming in with nobody out, going to face Moreland, Trainer, and probably Bourbon. They have him face 2 out of 3 left-hand hitters, but in between here's a righty who can knock that go-ahead in run before the lefty ever gets up there.
Low 2-0. Believe it or not, Logan has spent time in the minor leagues this year. This is his 3rd stint with the Yankees. Came over along with Javier Vasquez in the trade from Atlanta last December. Multiple chances here in the 6th for the Rangers to take a lead. That one's in there, 2-1. Cruz and Kinsler with singles to chase Godin. Logan comes in, strikes out Moreland. But behind Matt Trainer here with Bourbon on deck.
You have a number of right-handed hitting options if you chose to go that way, and you're on Washington. When Bourbon comes up, if Trainer walks, you have the bases loaded. You've got Cantu, you've got Francoeur, to name a couple.
A big pitch here. Working Trainer low, low, and lower. Outside to load the bases. And we are in the Sonic Slam inning. Jamie Lawrence from Farmersville on the edge of the seat right now as Julio Bourbon.
Looks like Francoeur, I think, just jumped out of the dugout.
Yeah, Bourbon lifted here after a strikeout and a single in his 2 at-bats. And the power batter, Jeff Francoeur, is going to be called on here. Francoeur coming over from the Mets for what he can do defensively out in right field, still with one of the best, if not the best arm in baseball, but also a power bat off the bench for Ron Washington.
Now you've got a choice if you're the Yankee manager. Do you stick with your lefty here against Francoeur? You've got David Robertson warmed up in the bullpen.
Well, he's going to stick with lefty Logan here.
He's going to come out now. You just give him a chance to take those extra pitches.
Francoeur off a 3-hit game in Toronto Wednesday. As a Ranger, he's 4 for 12 in 3 games, all starts. Overall on the year, 240, 11 homers, 55 runs batted in. And as David Robertson makes his way in, real break. Bases loaded, 1 out in the 2-2 tie. Out of the bullpen for the 55th time this year. He's 2-4 with a 368 earned run average. 51 in the 3rd innings. He's allowed 48 hits. He has struck out 61.
Done a nice job out of the bullpen for the Yankees for a couple of years now. Got a good arm, good fastball, throws hard. Big situation for him. Big situation for Jeff Francoeur right here. Bases loaded, tie game. Great opportunity for Jeff, who just came over in a trade, to put his stamp on the pennant race right here.
Robertson last night also entered in the 6th inning, faced 3 batters and retired them all, but allowed an RBI and a Bourbon ground out. Francoeur instead of Bourbon here in the 9-hole. We gave you Jeff's numbers before the break. Those include a 3-hit game and the Rangers' victory at Rogers Center on Wednesday.
And you see the cutter that he's thrown. I wouldn't be surprised if he hasn't talked a lot to Mariano Rivera about the cutter. Those are the first 2 pitches that he's thrown were cutters outside. To a guy, Jeff Francoeur, loves to swing at the first good pitch he sees, but those 2 pitches have been outside. To the point where now he's got to come in with a pitch. Wow.
Not even close. Reno. Taken all the way for a strike.
Well, if you're Francoeur, you've now seen 4 fastballs. You've got a pretty good idea how to time the speed, and you have to think you're going to see another one right here. Can't afford to walk you. Got to throw you a good pitch to hit. Oh,
3-2.
Boy, he had a good rip at that pitch. He had a great pitch to hit. He had a great swing at it. He just missed it. Right down the middle of the plate. I think Jeff's thinking, throw me that same pitch again, please.
Bet he doesn't. Not on purpose, anyway. Cruz at 3rd, Kinsler 2nd, Trainer at 1st with 1 out. The 3-2 pitch. Right field, plenty deep. Swisher on the warning track.
Here comes Cruz, and the Rangers take a 3-2 lead.
Boy, he just missed that ball, too. Not a deep part of the ballpark, right down the line. He got underneath it and hit it almost to the wall down the right field line. Good at bat, though. You want to get that run in. He got the run in, had a couple of great swings. Just missed a fastball, and this one he just barely got underneath. Just missed hitting it out of the ballpark for a grand slam.
His second run batted in as a Ranger. Scores Cruz. Kinsler takes third. Trainer still at first. Top of the order, Andrus, who has walked and struck out twice. Jeff with new teammate Chris Davis just called up. And the breaking ball well inside. Elvis with a leadoff walk to begin the game for the Rangers. Guerrero ended up singling him home. Struck out in the third and the fourth. All that against A.J. Burnett. 3 pitchers later, he's dealing with Robertson. And smashes one to left field. A base hit. Kinsler will score. Around to third base, Trainer. And on the throw, Elvis moves up to second base.
Elvis has had a couple of opportunities in the last couple of days, coming off his time off with a hamstring injury, and this time he delivers. Gets on top of a pitch, fastball inside half of the plate, just drills it into left field. Trainer aggressively goes to third. When the throw goes to third, Elvis goes to second. And now if Michael can dump one in, Rangers have a chance to really take a nice lead.
Pitching coach Dave Island out on the mound.
Big hit right there, 2-out hit from Elvis.
Yep, he was 0 for 8 after missing those 5 straight games. But all year he's been at or near the top in the American League with runners in scoring position. 365 average. And just showed you why. Well, Robertson now to deal with Michael Young, who is 0 for 3. He is flat out to SWISHER in right all 3 times, twice in foul territory. You see the productivity of Elvis in situations just like the one he just faced. Second and third. That one may have crossed Cervelli up a little bit. 4-2 Texas. These runs charged to Godin, who began the inning by allowing singles to Cruz and Kinsler. Logan then came on, struck out Moreland, walked Trainer. That loaded the bases. Robertson allows the sac fly to Francoeur. And the RBI single to Elvis. Good breaking ball, 1-1. So the offense has done the job at the moment, and now Rich Harden will go out to the mound to protect at least a 2-run lead. A little bit low to Michael, 2-1. The A's and the Red Sox now at the top of the 9th inning out in Oakland. Still 4-2. Also top of the 9th, the Angels 7-3 over Seattle. The Mariners getting 3 in the 8th. 3 balls and a strike. David Robertson, one of the best relief pitchers in the American League the second half of the season. 23 appearances after the break, a 125 earned run average.
And one of the advantages the Rangers have with 4 solid left-handers in the bullpen is you can mix and match a little bit better than the Yankees can. Logan's the only lefty. If he walks David, if he walks Michael, you got David Murphy coming up, a left-hand hitter, and no lefty to go to. Not that lefties have bothered David that much, but most managers in today's game favor the lefty-lefty matchup.
But Joe Girardi can only do that once with only Boone Logan out there. Doesn't that surprise you that a team like the Yankees would only have one lefty reliever?
It does. Definitely does. Especially with expanded rosters.
Got a lot of quality.
You only have 8 relievers, and generally you've got 7 anyway.
These two of the top bullpens in baseball. Out of play, still 3-2. And the game again, as last night, in the hands of these bullpens. The starters, Burnett and Hunter, having to depart after a 59-minute rain delay in the 5th inning. Rich Harden, the second Ranger reliever so far. Michael Kirkman came on immediately after the delay. A smash handled by Cano on one vicious hop, and that ends the inning.
That's 2 runs that he saved right there with that play. That's why he's a great player. Makes those kind of plays. That was a bullet by Michael Young. Exceptionally tough to handle, but he did it.
At half mast. See what's new from AT&T. Visit AT&T for details. 7th inning. And Rich Harden will have Teixeira, Arod, and Cano to deal with. He has been staked to a 4-2 lead. Teixeira, the third batter he has faced, and he starts him with a strike. All new alignment to the outfield for the Rangers as Nelson Cruz moves from right to left. David Murphy from left to center. Jeff Francoeur, after hitting for Bourbon, stays in the game in right field. Well out of play off the bat of Teixeira, 0-2. So Francoeur pinch hitting for one of the hottest bats the Rangers have, Bourbon, but coming through with a sacrifice fly to deep right field. That broke the tie, made it 3-2. Andrews followed with an RBI single off of Robertson. And you're up to date, 4-2. Again out of play for Teixeira, who was 1 for 3 tonight. A ground out, a strikeout, and a single. 1 for 8 so far in the series. One ball and 2 strikes. 49,210 in the ballpark tonight. Second largest crowd of the year, 7th sellout of the year. Most of them weathering a 59-minute rain delay in the 5th inning. And still a very large, noisy gathering behind the Rangers as they try to hang on to what would be their second straight win in this series. Their fourth straight win overall, after losing 5 in a row at Minnesota and Toronto. A looper that is handled way out in right field by Kinsler, but the throw not in time to first base. The overshift almost produced an amazing out that time as Kinsler ends up a good 60-70 feet down the right field line behind first base, and it made for a very close play at the bat.
It was not a hard hit ball. He jammed it. The ball hit about a foot above his hands, and that's why he was able to get to the ball. But as far as he had to go, and as long as that ball hung up there, they couldn't get it there quite in time to get to Scher, although it was a nice try.
A-Rod now as the potential tying run at the plate. He has struck out twice and walked.
A good pitch by Harden. He got the pitch in onto Scher's fists. Did not hit the ball hard at all.
Wow, pretty good looking pitch. Boy, Ted Barrett is squeezing people like mad tonight. And all around the zone. Harden got a low strike there. Seen lots of high strikes not called. 2-0.
It's a little bit of a tight zone, especially the low fastball. And it's been that way for both teams. I think both teams would have a similar comment that it's been a little bit of a hitter's strike zone tonight.
Pedro Strop now throwing in the Ranger bullpen. Minnesota and Cleveland in the 11th inning. They're scoreless. Ball 3 here. The Red Sox have scored a run to the 9th inning at Oakland. They now trail the A's 4-3. Andrew Bailey on, trying to close that one down for the A's. There's a strike.
So here's where you have to be careful. You're in a position with a 2-run lead where you say, boy, I sure don't want to walk him to put 2 men on to lead off the inning. But at the same time, you got a guy that's turned around a lot of fastballs in his career too, so it's kind of a tough situation for a pitcher.
Center field for Murphy. He has room at the edge of the warning track.
He got his 3-1 fastball and he missed it. He hit it on the good part of the bat. He just got underneath it and flied it to center field, and fortunately that's all he did.
Really good to see that Alex Rodriguez still supplies so much joy for the Rangers fans here at Arlington. Not for the reason he used to.
Well, that's a big out for Rich Harden, coming back from a 3-ball count. You go to a hitter's count, you throw him a fastball, which he's looking for, and he just gets underneath it, and you get yourself a big out right there.
That brings up Robinson Cano, who looks at ball 1. Cano doubled and scored the first of the 2 second-inning runs. He is struck out, lined into a double play.
It'll be interesting to see how the rest of the bullpen plays out for the Rangers, because Felice now has pitched 3 days in a row. O'Day's pitched 4 out of 5 days, I think it is. So the key guys late in the game have been used a lot. Pedro Strop is throwing right now. It tells you that a lot of guys aren't available right now. Although Strop came in and struck out Alex in last night's game with a pretty good slider.
Foul ball. Cano only 1 for 10 all time against Rich Harden. So Rich needed to come in and force some contact here, you would think. Double play depth in the infield. Hits are even at 8 apiece. The Yankees still very short of clutch hits. They have left 9 on in this game so far. That one's off the fist. And a long run for Murphy. He can't get there.
Well, 2 little bloopers. One by Teixeira, one by Cano. 2 good fastballs by Harden. Jammed them both, and he ends up giving up a couple of hits. Made 2 pitches he's trying to make. Get the fastball in, jam the hitter. That part of it was a success. Unfortunately, both balls fell in.
Murphy getting a decent start on that one, but was never going to be able to make that play. So it's TEIXEIRA now at second. Cano at first with 1 out for Lance Berkman. Berkman as the DH tonight, 2 for 3. Singled and a run and scored in the second. Led off the fourth with a single, so he is directly responsible for the 2 Yankee runs so far.
The Rangers be looking to turn 2, although Harden is really not a ground ball pitcher.
Berkman's made a good transition so far after being acquired at the deadline from the Astros. Fouls the first pitch back. People in Houston who followed his entire career there maintained that he was never the same after Hurricane Ike. And he readily admits that toward the end of his Astro tenure, he was not anywhere close to the same pitcher. And it could date back specifically to the game that had to be moved because of the hurricane to Milwaukee against the Cubs. Carlos Zambrano's no-hitter. He began expending his strike zone in that game, and as he expanded it, he was never able to contract it back. He just became a much more swing-happy hitter and much easier to pitch to from that game on. So trying to adjust back in his new surroundings after being a lifetime Astro. See the Yankees 5 for 24 runners in scoring position. 27 men left on in a game in 2/3, essentially 18 left on last night. 19 innings total, I guess, so a little over the 2 regulation game mark.
Pedro Strope's got a chance to come into a game for the 2nd night in a row with the bases loaded.
3-2.
Hopefully that won't happen. You see Berkman hit a nice ground ball, turn a double play.
It's all over in Oakland. The A's beat Boston 4-3. Andrew Bailey nails down the save. So the Rangers must win to maintain a 7.5 game margin. Three-two pitch, not close, and the bases are loaded. As Berkman reaches for the 3rd time in 4 trips tonight. Here comes Ron Washington. Curtis Granderson scheduled. And Wash making the call here to Pedro Strop. Harden faces 6 batters and retires only 2. He hit Kearns in the first pitch he threw in the 6th. Got Swisher to fly out to leave the bases loaded. TEIXEIRA and Cano with soft singles here in the 7th inning. A-Rod flied out deep to center. Berkman's walk spells the end for Harden. And here comes Pedro Strop. 9,000 plus in the ballpark tonight. The Rangers hanging on to a 4-2 lead. Precarious at the moment. The Yankees have loaded the bases with one out here in the 7th inning. And Pedro Strop is pitcher number 4, on for the 11th time this year. Came in the 6th inning last night. And the first pitch gets away from Trainer. Here comes TEIXEIRA to score, and it's 4-3. Yankees are too good a team to give him help.
Yeah, it's just a tough inning. Harden made a couple of good pitches to TEIXEIRA and Cano. They hit the balls right off the handle, just blooped 2 balls in. For a couple of soft hits, a walk, and a wild pitch. And now you're in a tough situation.
Well, Granderson with a base hit can give them the lead. 2 balls and no strikes. Cano moves up to 3rd. Berkman now at 2nd with 1 out. High 3-0. Last night, Strop came on in the 6th inning and walked TEIXEIRA with the bases loaded to force in a run, then struck out A-Rod.
Posada on deck.
And Granderson taking all the way.
Well, this would be a tough series to play if rosters hadn't been expanded.
That would be impossible.
Rangers have 10 guys in the bullpen, and a bunch of them that are unavailable tonight because of the workload over the last 3 days.
Good breaking ball. Snapped that one right in there. It's 3-2.
If we can give him a fastball to hit on the 3-1 pitch.
To the breaking ball and miss low to load the bases. And Mike Maddox looking over as Jorge Posada takes his warm-up swings in the on-deck circle. He will bat in the number 8 spot for Ramiro Pena, who is 0 for 3 tonight. Mike says most of the time when he makes visits like this, it's not about anything technical. It's about what's going on between the ears. And he tries to pour some confidence into whoever the pitcher may be. Sometimes, if need be, he can be the bad cop. But this looks like a talk trying to pump up Pedro here for a very difficult situation. Got a smile out of him before he left. He's got a 4-3 lead hanging by a thread here, loaded up with 1 out. And Jorge Posada, who will start tomorrow afternoon, recovering from a very slight concussion on Tuesday. Having a solid year at an advanced age. 13 runs batted in his last 17 games, 17 home runs. And a 96-mile-an-hour strike 1 from Strop.
Well, you go back to the bottom of the 6th when the Rangers had 2nd and 3rd, and Michael Young hit that screaming 1-hopper that Cano somehow made the play on. Well, that could have been a couple of more runs for the Rangers. They're fighting to keep a 1-run lead.
Pedro getting a borderline call on that first pitch. Breaking ball, aiming for the back door with that one. 1-1. Robinson Cano at 3rd, Berkman at 2nd, Granderson at 1st. A single and then back-to-back walks. Fouled off. 1-2.
Thrown some good off-speed pitches. 3-2 pitch to Granderson was a good try for a strikeout. Granderson just was able to lay off it. A couple of good strikes so far to Posada.
Posada batted in the 13th last night. 2 for his last 14. 260 career home runs, tied with A-Rod for 7th on the all-time Yankee list. The 1-2 pitch, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Dustin Nippert, the latest to get loose on the Ranger bullpen. Dustin last night pitched to 2 batters in the 8th. 3-2 and nowhere to put Posada.
You get the 2 bloopers and 2 straight walks. No room for Posada. Have to throw him a strike right here. Take your chances. Don't try to trick him. Just throw him a strike and maybe he'll hit a ground ball to second base.
Strope ready. Posada's ready. And the 3-2 pitch, chopped to second. Kinsler out there on to first, 2, double play. And Pedro Strope keeps the Rangers in the lead.
That's some kind of at-bat right there. A good pitch by Strope. Strope's out there battling the toughest situation he's ever been in his life and got the double play when he needed it.
1 run on 2 hits for the Yankees. But Ian Kinsler turns the 4-3 double play, and it remains 4-3 Rangers. Stretch time here at the ballpark. And the quartet Excel ready for 9/11 rendition of God Bless America.
The Excel Quartet. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Out is brought to you by Toyota. Visit buyatoyota.com today. Toyota, moving forward. And by Firestone Complete Auto Care. We'll keep your car running newer, longer. 4-3 Rangers because of the biggest pitch of the game thrown by Pedro Strop.
He threw a sinker. Posada beat it into the ground, and Ian turned it easily. That's the biggest ground ball Strokes had. Not sure how many times he's done that in the Dominican, but certainly in the United States, that's the biggest double play he's ever gotten.
David Murphy to lead off the Rangers' 7th inning. Eduardo Nunez is the new shortstop after Ramiro Pena was lifted for the pinch hitter Posada. And Murphy lines one foul. 1 for 2 tonight. Walked and scored in the 3rd. A near catch down there by Fabio, who's game prepared. 1 ball and 1 strike. Base hit on a curveball.
A couple of good swings by David right there. Fastball and breaking ball right on both of them.
David now with a 10-game hitting streak. Anger right there, left about belt high. Latest up in the New York bullpen is right-hander Jonathan Albaladejo. We did not see him last night. One of the few relievers that can be said about. Joe Girardi used 7 out of his bullpen last night. Ron Washington 10 out of his. 3 relievers so far in this game. Robertson has now faced 4 batters and allowed 2 base hits. 1 near base hit on a smash by Michael Young. Flag down on 1 vicious hop by Cano to end the 6th inning. Smash right at left fielder Austin Kearns.
That's a shame. Last 2 outs the Rangers have made have been that bullet. Get it up in the air, it's no problem. Get it down, it's no problem. And then the 1 hopper that they go hit the Cano. Not getting any easy outs, that's for sure.
Well, but this looks like first half Vladimir Guerrero stuff at the plate. He is hitting everything hard.
Trainer coming out to check on the pitcher along with the manager.
He might have sprained a neck muscle. He was trying to track that ball in the air. Otherwise, I'm not sure what it is they're discussing, but they have Albaladejo continuing to throw in the bullpen. But for the moment, Robertson okay to stay in the game. Nelson Cruz struck out his first 2 trips, singled and scored in the 2-run 6th inning when the Rangers broke a 2-2 tie. Last night's hero homers in the 8th to send to extra innings in the 13th to send everybody home. Strike 1 to the inside corner. Three walk-off home runs this year for Nelly Cruz. Ranger club record, the most in the major leagues. And close tabs on David Murphy. There was another marathon extra inning game in the American League, and that one is now over, and the Twins in 12 innings finally got a run to beat Cleveland 1-0. Oh, and 2 to Nelly. Not cheated on that one. The run on a Jim Thome home run in the top half of the 12th, his 23rd of the year. Matt Guerrero, the winner, with a save by Matt Capps.
The White Sox lost. That's a 6-game lead now for Minnesota.
Yeah, 8-2 Kansas City at Chicago. So it is now Minnesota by 6 over Chicago in the Central. In the East, Tampa Bay, a big 13-1 win over Toronto. If the Yankees lose this one, the Rays will be only a half game back in the East. Oakland 4-3 over Boston. Rangers must win to stay 7.5 up in the West. Cruz trying to check his swing, could not. And he is out number 2. Strikes out for the 3rd time tonight. First strikeout for Robertson. A pitch that was never in the strike zone. And Nelly realized it, but too late. So with 2 outs, Ian Kinsler, 1 for 3. Singled and scored in the 6th. He was the last of the 5 batters that Chad Gaudin faced. Gaudin coming in after the 59-minute rain delay from starter A.J. Burnett in the 5th inning. And a curve just misses to Kinsler. 2 for 4 last night, scored 3 runs. Half the Ranger total, season high for Ian. Two balls and no strikes. Whenever it happens, when Josh Hamilton returns to the lineup, with Kinsler and Cruz now back, Andrus now back, we will finally get a chance, presumably, hopefully, to see all the guns aligned one after another in the lineup for the same time. That has hardly ever been the case this year. Hamilton's been healthy, Kinsler hasn't, or Cruz hasn't. But that will be some formidable group when they're finally reassembled. Curveball just drops in.
We'll call the high strike on the last 2 pitches to Kinsler. They're both strikes. No problem. Got a big one left.
Look to the fastball that time, low, 3-2. Murphy will be going on the pitch. There he goes. Ball 4. And Mitch Moreland will be the batter with 2 on and 2 out. Mitch looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts.
Another situation where Joe Girardi doesn't have a left-hander to go to.
Boone Logan has already been spent tonight. 2 batters in the 6th inning. Moreland was the first, and he struck him out. Good curveball for strike 1 here. Gaudin, the pitcher of record at the moment for New York, giving up those 2 6th inning runs. Burnett the starter, the other 2 in his 4 innings. Down the middle. Oh, and Moreland knew he should have taken a rip at that one. Instead, it's 0-2.
Now, you've seen both the pitches. You've seen the curveball, you've seen the fastball. Now it's just a matter of battling up there, no balls and 2 strikes.
Robertson's 33rd pitch. Back to the curve, 1-2. Moreland with a rip at that one. Alternating curveball, fastball. Fastball that time. Pitch out of Mississippi State. Amory, Mississippi. Top player for Oklahoma City this year. Last year's Tom Grieve Rangers minor league player of the year. And as a hitter, Tom, do you see that he has the same thing that Michael Kirkland has as a pitcher, and that is a complete lack of intimidation being at the major league level for the first time?
No, he's a kid that came from a good college program, so he's played a lot of baseball. He served an apprenticeship in the minor leagues, and he's got a nice short stroke. Yeah, he's a confident kid. Came up and done a nice job for the Rangers. One thing I like is how many times he's walked. We talked about it earlier. He's got 17 walks now in less than 100 at bats. That's a good sign for a young hitter.
Yeah, 2 strikeouts tonight, unusual. He had only struck out 3 times in his last 10 games. But Burnett and Logan both got him swinging. Robertson trying to do the same thing here. That's going to fall. Base hit. Murphy will score, and the Rangers lead it 5-3.
Huge 2-out hit for Mitch right there. You could tell Cervelli thought they could sneak a high fastball by him. He'd seen some slow curveballs. He gave him the fastball signal. He put his glove up high, and Mitch with a good 2-strike approach. Short swing, got on top of that high fastball, didn't try to hit it out of the ballpark, just taking a swing to make some contact. There's the high sign from the catcher. There's the high pitch right where he wanted it. And there's a nice short stroke by Mitch, making some contact, making something happen, and driving in a huge 2-out run for the Rangers.
And that will do it for David Robertson. Robertson pitching to 5 batters here in the 7th inning and 3 reach. Murphy started it with a single. He retired Cruz and Guerrero, but he walked Kinsler, and now chased by the Moreland single. It's 5-3. .60-pounder, 27, from Puerto Rico. Acquired from the Washington Nationals for right-hander Tyler Clippard, December of '07. Back and forth between the Yankees and the minors the last 2 years. On for the 5th time this year. And his first pitch up high to Matt Trainor. He inherits Ian Kinsler at second base, Mitch Moreland at first. Moreland having singled in David Murphy to chase David Robertson and expand the Rangers lead to 5-3. Albaladejo, 4th reliever, following A.J. Burnett after the rain delay of almost 1 hour. 2 balls and no strikes to Trainor, who has reached all 3 times tonight, a single and 2 walks. VLADIMIR last worked Sunday in the loss to Toronto. Got 1 out and a strikeout, also hit a batter. 57 appearances at AAA this year, 4-2 with 43 saves, a 142 earned run average. So up to help out Joe Girardi's Yankee bullpen. The 43 saves, an International League single season record. Old record holder, former Ranger Matt Whiteside at 38 for the Richmond Braves in 2004. VLADIMIR with Scranton Wilkes-Barre this year. 3 saves shy of an overall minor league single season record of 46 set by Jamie Cochran of the Savannah Sand Gnats in 1993. So a terrific minor league closer. 3-0 behind Trainor here. VLADIMIR, originally a 19th round pick by the Pirates in 2001. And Trainor taking all the way, looks at a strike. VLADIMIR in a 29 appearance stretch from May 20th through August 6th, allowed 1 earned run in 33 1/3 innings. Down the middle again, 3-2.
We had a good look at his 92-mile-an-hour fastball. He's seen 5 of them. Good opportunity for Matt. Got a couple of outs right here. The runners will be running. Line that blind drive into right field. Maybe score 1 or 2.
There they go, and he gets Trainor on another fastball. But the Rangers get another run on Moreland's RBI single, and we head to the 8th. It's 5-3. The game. Bench hitter Jorge Posada hitting into an inning-ending double play. Ian Kinsler to Mitch Moreland. That with the bases loaded. And it kept it 4-3. Rangers just getting a run in the bottom half of the 7th inning. So that's our Honda flashback moment of the game. ShopHonda.com. And Chris Davis just up from Oklahoma City for his newest tour of duty. Defensive replacement for Moreland at first base. Cervelli. Then the top of the order, Kearns and Swisher here in the 8th. Pedro Strop pitching to his third batter. He walked the first man he faced, Granderson. That loaded the bases. Then he got Posada on the double play.
Well, if he walks Cervelli right here, I'm going to go down and check Cervelli tomorrow, see if there's a force field around the strike zone when he's up there. Walked 3 times yesterday. He's walked twice today.
I'm interested in how you would measure such a thing. You have some instruments at home?
No, actually I don't.
But you're right.
Just a lot of talk, that's all.
There's got to be some explanation.
All talk, no action. I just can't quite figure it out.
They have not retired him yet in this series. Last night, 1 for 1, 3 walks. Tonight, 1 for 1, 2 walks. And on both of his base hits, he's driven in runs. Now to play 2-2. So when Posada returns to the starting lineup as expected tomorrow, he'll actually have a ways to go to take the baton offensively from the performances that Cervelli has put up against the Rangers. The range of pitchers he's faced in the first 2 games of this series. This is the only game still going in the major leagues. Everything's done even out west. Way up high, 3-2. The 12-inning Minnesota-Cleveland game ending with a Jim Thome home run in the top half of the 12th. 1-0 Twins. And the game's already complete in both Oakland and Anaheim. He has walked again.
That's unbelievable.
3 straight walks, 6 walks in the 2 games so far in this series.
Yeah, you think if you watched his line without looking at the name, you'd think it was Justin Morneau, Jim Thome, A-Rod, someone like that at the plate.
Barry Bonds.
But this is a nice little catcher. I'm not trying to minimize the value that he has to the Yankees, but as far as the 6 walks go, it's a guy that doesn't have a home run this year and 250 at bats, so you don't exactly have to pitch him carefully. Doesn't mean you're going to make a pitch that he's not going to line a base hit. He can do that. Just can't put him on by a walk. Make him get a base hit. He does that 1 out of 4 times.
Well, here's Austin Kearns to replace Brett Gardner in the 6th inning. First pitch thrown by Rich Harden hit him. That one comes in tight. Kearns hitting .268 on the year, 10 home runs, 49 runs batted in. Longtime Cincinnati Red. Began this year with the Indians as a non-roster invitee to their spring camp. First round pick by the Reds, 1998, 7th overall. Kearns last night, the starting left fielder. Yeah, there's a good breaky ball in there for a strike.
And the hitter's going to have a hard time hitting that one after he's thrown about 7 straight 95-mile-an-hour fastballs. But he dropped that slider right on the inside corner. Now he's ahead in the count, 1-2, and kind of go either way. Mid-90s fastball, or throw your slider, see if you can get him to swing one out of the strike zone like that.
Nick Swisher, who has struck out twice, 0 for 4 tonight.
Pitch by Pedro. Good comeback after walking Cervelli.
Ron Washington has Matt Harrison loosening in the bullpen. And he will make the move right here. Harrison will be the 4th Ranger reliever of the night, 5th pitcher following Tommy Hunter's 5-inning start. Pedro Strop faced 4 batters. He walked 2. But he made the pitch of the night, getting the Posada double play ball with the bases loaded to end the 7th. Big pitch to strike out Kearns. And Matt Harrison ready to take over when we return. The Rangers and the Yankees. Texas leading 5-3. And Matt Harrison gets the call for the 31st time this year. 2-1 to 386 earned run average. Harrison last night, the first of 10 Ranger relief pitchers, coming on for the starter C.J. Wilson in the 4th inning. And he had far and away the longest stint of any of the Ranger relievers in that game, going 2 2/3, allowing a run. Did not allow a hit. He struck out 1 and walked 2. Nick Swisher being turned around to bat right-handed. And he's 24 points worse from the right side than the left. 274 average, 4 homers and 14 runs batted in righty, compared to 298, 22, and 68 batting left-handed. A smash base hit up the middle on Harrison's first pitch. And Cervelli now at second base. Tying runs are aboard for the Yankees with 1 out. And Mark Teixeira, the batter. Swisher getting exactly what he hoped. Get ahead fastball. Harrison faced Teixeira in the 4th inning last night and got him to fly out to right field. Teixeira went after the first pitch.
Well, since the 3rd inning, there's been men on base every inning. Rangers have been pitching their way out of it for the most part. A couple of men on in the 4th. A couple of men on before the double play in the 5th. A bunch of men on in the 6th. Got the huge double play of Posada in the 7th. With the bases loaded. Now you got a couple of men on and 1 out, and you got to face Teixeira, Rodriguez, and maybe Cano. Yankees have left 11.
11 tonight, 29 in the series. 2 balls and no strikes. Clay Rapata and Alexio Gondo now throwing for the Rangers. Clay Rapata becoming a nice left-handed version of Darren O'Day with that sidewinder delivery. Outside from Harrison, it's 3-0 to Mark Teixeira. In danger of loading the bases for Alex Rodriguez. Protecting a 5-3 lead. 4 pitches so far from Harrison, and none of them have been what he hoped. That one gets away from Trainor. Doesn't matter. It's ball 4. Everybody was going to move up anyway. So Cervelli now at third base. Swisher at second. TEIXEIRA at first. And here comes Mike Maddox to discuss what to do about Alex Rodriguez. A-Rod tonight is 0 for 3. 2 strikeouts, a walk, and a fly to center field. With the bases loaded this year, he is 8 for 16. He has 3 grand slams. 22 home runs, 10 of the 22 have tied a game or given New York a lead. Now he's talking for as long as he can get away with to allow Rapata and Ogando to get as loose as possible. Last night, Harrison got A-Rod on a ground ball to short. And the Rangers would love a repeat performance here. Double play depth to the infield. Down low, ball 1. A-Rod 3 for 6 all time against Harrison. One of those hits a double. Matt has thrown 6 pitches, only 1 for a strike. Fair ball down into the left field corner. Cervelli scores. Swisher scores. And here comes TEIXEIRA. He slides safe. A 3-run double for Alex Rodriguez, and he gives the Yankees a 6-5 lead. We've been talking all night about the lack of a clutch hit by the Yankees. They just got one.
Yep, they got one. That's what walking 2 guys will do. You walk the leadoff hitter, another walk, a base hit, and 2 walks puts 3 men on. And you just can't walk guys and get away with it inning after inning against a team like the Yankees, and it finally caught up with the Rangers.
The pitch, not a particularly bad pitch in terms of location, but A-Rod was able to drop the bat head on it, even though it was a few inches inside. Look at the slide by TEIXEIRA, barely reaching in through the legs of Matt Trainer as the go-ahead run. So Matt Harrison faces 3 batters. He retires none of them. And Clay Rapata comes on now to deal with Robinson Cano. The Yankees have turned it around to lead it 6-5 here in the 8th. Yankees bases clearing double to turn a 5-3 deficit into a 6-5 lead. And Matt Harrison, after working 2 2/3 innings last night, called on again tonight, just did not have it. Faces 3 batters. Gives up a single to Swisher, a walk to TEIXEIRA, the 3-run double to A-Rod. Now comes Clay Rapata for the 6th time this year. Lefty-lefty against Robinson Cano. Rapata has retired 10 of the 11 batters he has faced as a Ranger. Contract purchased September 3rd from Oklahoma City. He has allowed 1 walk. Lefties are 0 for 8 against him. Righties 0 for 2. And last pitched in the majors last October 2nd with the Tigers. Just off the plate there, 1-1. All this year at Oklahoma City, 1-2, 2 saves, and a 182 earned run average in 50 relief appearances. Pacific Coast League hit only 158 against him. Lefties hit 120. Since the beginning of August, an 0.75 earned run average at AAA. Popped into shallow left field, and Elvis Andrus will chase that one down for out number 2.
Yeah, Rapata is a definite force against left-hand hitters. Cano's a good hitter against left-handed pitchers, and all he could do was reach for that one and pop it up. Drops down, throws fastball for a strike. That's a good breaking ball. A little bit off the plate. Comes in and gets the job done.
Well, you'd have to say of all the late call-ups, Rapata at this point clearly has been the best.
Yeah, Rapata's done a good job. Kirkman's come in and done a good job. Both of the lefties that were called up have been terrific.
Yeah, right there with Kirkman. They have really been equally tough to hit. So they'll walk Berkman with first base open and deal to the left-handed hitting Granderson. Berkman having a good game tonight. Walks for the 2nd time. He has 2 singles, drove in a run, scored a run in the 2nd. The only time he was retired, he was by Kirkman on the ground out back in the 6th inning. So here's Granderson, who has singled twice, won a bunt single, struck out and walked as the first batter Pedro Strop pitched to in the 7th. Strop got 3 outs in this game, charged with a run. That was Cervelli, the leadoff walk in the 8th inning. That really set up this entire Yankee rally. The 3rd straight walk to the number 9 hitting catcher. Way in tight to Granderson. Strop struck out Austin Kearns, gave way to Matt Harrison, who allowed a single to Swisher, walked to TEIXEIRA to load the bases on 4-pitch, and then Rodriguez roping a 3-run double into the left field corner. That one is foul. 1 ball and 1 strike. Tommy Hunter, the starter, 5 innings, 2 runs, 6 hits, career high 8 strikeouts. Kirkman 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit. Harden 2/3 of an inning, a run on 2 hits and a walk. Here in the 8th, Rapata, the 3rd different Ranger pitcher. A little bit low, 2-1. In the Ranger 8th, it'll be Francoeur, and then the top of the order, Andrus and Young. Kerry Wood is preparing to be the next Yankee reliever into the game. Just missed. It is 3-1 to Granderson.
The left-hand hitters are 0 for 9 against Clay since he's been called up. And looked like it came in and caught the strike zone, and the lower part of the strike zone just didn't get the ball. A couple of those balls were strikes. Could have been strikes, let's put it that way.
High in the air, but Murphy on the warning track has room. And they're finally the 3rd out of the 8th inning. But the Yankees take the lead 3 runs on the double by A-Rod. It's 6-5 headed to the bottom of the 8th. just off I-20 in Dallas, or log on to freemanhonda.net. 6-5 Yankees lead it. To the bottom of the 8th we go. Kerry Wood to face Francoeur, Andrus, and Young. And Kerry Wood seems to have been reborn as a relief pitcher with the Yankees. Last night came in the 7th inning. Retired Young, Murphy, and Guerrero. But Francoeur goes after his first pitch here and lines a single out to left field. So immediately the Rangers get the tying run aboard and get the top of the order now.
And Jeff's had some good swings tonight. And the sacrifice fly just missed, hitting a grand slam down the right field line. Right off the bat, hits a cutter hard in the left field for a base hit. Another good swing. Some kind of 2-game series so far. One team gets ahead, the next team comes back.
Expecting a bunt, and Andrus bloops one foul as A-Rod was charging in from third. Kerry Wood has not allowed a run in his last 14 appearances going back to August 6th. That's a career high. Previous best 11 straight scoreless last year. This is his 17th appearance after being acquired at the deadline by the Yankees. He has allowed 1 earned run in 17 2/3 innings. 11 hits now, 10 walks, and he has struck out 20. Originally the 4th pick overall by the Cubs in 1995. This bunt is a good one. Going first base side and fielded by TEIXEIRA to Cano, covering for the out. So Elvis Andrus, with his American League leading 16th sacrifice bunt of the year, puts the tying run in scoring position with 1 out for Michael Young.
Good job by Elvis to get that bunt down. It's like the 2 bunts Benji laid down last night. Nicely done, right down the first baseline. And you got a couple of hitters, Michael Young, David Murphy, with a chance to tie this game.
Kerry Wood pitching just a few miles from his Irving birthplace. And Michael goes after the first pitch and skies it to Swisher in right field. Tagging, Francoeur will make third, but he's there now with 2 outs. Wood, of course, out of Grand Prairie High School, the top pitchers ever produced by this state. Texas 5A Player of the Year 1995. And had one of the most impressive starts to a major league career you'll ever see, until the arm injuries began in 1999. Sat out all that year. Returned to be part of a near World Series team for the Cubs 2003. Pitched and lost the final game of the NLCS to Florida that year. First pitch curve for a strike to David Murphy.
And David Murphy's had some good swings. Had a base hit to start the 7th inning. Scored a run in the 7th. Had a chance to tie the game right here with another good swing.
Just outside. Wood started this year with the Indians. One and 4, 8 saves, a .630 earned run average. So from that to his numbers with the Yankees, just could not have bigger contrast. Really seeming to come out of nowhere. Well, that has not been a strike at all tonight. But it was here. 1 and 2 to Murphy. Tying run at third. 2 and 2. And Vlad Guerrero, swinging a smoking hot bat lately, is on deck. He has hit it hard all 4 times tonight, 3 for 4. Only retired on a line shot to left field last time. Another high fly ball popped out into short left center field, and the shortstop Nunez grabs out number 3. So Kerry Wood allows the leadoff single to Francoeur, who is left at third. We go to the ninth. It's still 6-5 New York. League Division Series games here at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington will go on sale at 9 a.m. next Saturday, September 18th. Rangers also have luxury suite rentals available for possible 2010 postseason games. Tickets can be purchased online at TexasRangers.com, on the phone at 972-RANGERS, and in person here at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington at the first base box office. That's 9 a.m. next Saturday. Magic number still 15 after Oakland's win over Boston. Alexi Ogando to pitch the ninth, and he starts Nunez with a strike. Ogando following Clay Rapata, who faced 3 batters, retired 2. In between, intentionally walked Lance Berkman. 34th outing of the year for Ogando.
As you look at the way the bullpen's been used tonight, you have to think Felice was unavailable, probably O'Day, probably Oliver. Ogando was probably the closer tonight.
Speaking of closers,
Rivera pitched a couple of innings last night.
And Tom, I think the big questions about this game will be about using Matt Harrison again after he went 2 2/3 innings last night. Faced 3 batters in the 8th inning. Obviously could not come back with anything at all. Swisher a single to share a 4-pitch walk that loaded the bases, and then A-Rod with his 3-run double. There's a chopper. Bare hand attempt by Andrews, but can't make a play, and Nunez starts the ninth with an infield hit.
I think what you have to look at is what were the alternatives after the last 3 games, especially last night. Even with a 10-man bullpen, there had been a lot of pitchers used, and tonight there was probably several. Oliver, O'Day, Felice for sure weren't available, and so you look at how you're going to get through the last few innings, and you probably did, if you're Ron Washington, have to stretch it a little bit with a couple of guys. But you look down to the bullpen, and there weren't a lot of choices, really.
Well, let's see if Alexi Ogando can retire Francisco Cervelli. Nobody else has so far in this series. He's walked his last 3 times up after an RBI single his first trip. And his leadoff walk in the 8th set the stage for A-Rod's 3-run double. Cervelli last night also walked 3 times and had an RBI single in there. Showing bunt. And a 95-mile-an-hour fastball a little bit low for ball 2. Tom, happy Sunday.
We're there, aren't we? Didn't expect to be here past midnight the last 2 nights, but boy, it's been 2 incredible games. 2 back and forth epic battles.
There goes the runner. Pitch is high. Throw is late. So Nunez with a steal of second base. Scoring position. In position to become an important insurance run with Mariano Rivera preparing to pitch the 9th inning.
Yeah, you have a bunt situation here. The guy's trying to give himself up, and now the count's 3-0. He's walked 3 times tonight. He walked 3 times last night. And 1 more ball, he would have walked 4 times tonight.
There's just really no explanation. He batted 8th last night, 9th tonight. I don't know, maybe Joe Girardi will reconsider his plans to start Jorge Posada tomorrow. He's got to pull a guy who no one can get out for some reason in this series. Due up in the Ranger 9th, Guerrero, Cruz, and Kinsler. So if it is Rivera, he will have some tough outs to navigate. He'll have at least a 6-5 lead. There's a bunt. And finally, the Rangers get Cervelli, but he did his job, advancing Nunez to third with 1 out. Sacrifice goes 5-4. And at the top of the order again,
Marcus Thames is going to come out and pinch hit. Man, if he threw the strike earlier in the count and he got the sacrifice bunt down, he'd be on second instead of third.
Here's Thames announced to bat for Kearns. This is the 3rd different hitter the Yankees have had in the leadoff spot tonight. Mike Maddox waiting for Tim's name to be announced. Chuck Morgan on the PA here makes his visit. Tim's last night as the DH, 3 for 6. An RBI double and a run scored in the 3rd. Doubled off Ogando in the 7th. Singled off Oliver in the 11th. 313 average this year with 11 home runs and 31 runs batted in. Derek Holland now up in the bullpen. Now this is after 2 very solid starts for Derek. So after pitching 3 days ago in Toronto, 5 shutout innings, he is in between starts here.
It's probably the day he was going to throw. He probably waited until right now to get his throwing in between starts, just in case it was an emergency.
Well, the infield in for Timms, and he takes a 96-mile-an-hour strike on the inside corner. Austin Kearns 0 for 1 tonight, hit by a pitch from Harden, and last time up struck out. Nothing at 2. Big time heat from Ogando at 97 that time. Tom, Alexi Ogando seems to have developed the personality now that the Rangers need to bring him in to begin an inning. He seems to be much more effective than with men on. 0-2 pitch is foul back. He began this inning allowing a chopped infield single by Nunez. Nunez then stole second. Cervelli bunted him to third. He's there with 1 out, representing an important possibility at a 2-run lead headed to the bottom of the 9th. A pop up down the left field line. Cruz gets there, makes the catch, and Nunez has to stay put as Timms is retired. A big second out here in the 9th, and that will bring up Swisher.
Well, you definitely want to keep it a 1-run game with Rivera warming up out in the bullpen. And Ogando did a nice job right there. He went right after him with his 96, 97, 98 mile-an-hour fastball and got the pop up. You got one more tough hitter to go right here, though, Swisher.
Nick tonight struck out his first 2 trips. He's grounded out, flied out. Last time up, he greeted Harrison with a single and scored the second of the 3 runs on the A-Rod double. On one swing of the bat, turned a 5-3 Ranger lead into a 6-5 deficit. First ball hitting here. Davis stumbles at first before throwing to Ogando for the out. First replacing Mitch Moreland to make defensive plays just like that one. We head to the 9th. Rivera to face Guerrero, Cruz, and Kinsler. On TXA 21 is brought to you by your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. By Standard Insurance, call 1-800-929-2424. And by AT&T. See what's new from AT&T. Visit att.com for details. There is no tougher assignment in baseball than to face Mariano Rivera, protecting a lead in the 9th inning. 6-5 Yankees on for the 54th time. And in search of his 30th save and 32 opportunities with a minuscule 103 earned run average. Look at the strike to walk ratio, 43 strikeouts against 9 walks. He will earn it if he's going to get this save, though. He's got Guerrero, Cruz, and Kinsler to deal with.
Came in last night, pitched a couple of innings in the tie game, gave up a hit, struck out a couple of 2 shutout innings. Didn't throw a lot of pitches, though. He threw something like 24.
Well, Guerrero greeted him with a single in the 10th.
You got the right guys coming up. Nelly Cruz hit a ball 400 feet to center field against him. It was caught.
And then Kinsler struck out looking. Guerrero has hammered everything tonight, really pretty much everything all week. 3 for 4. 14 for his last 27. A 7-game hitting streak.
Glad he's kind of taking a deep breath, wondering how he was able to get out of the way of that fastball. Probably looking for a cutter away and got the fastball in.
That deep knee bend at the start of the pitch. 1 ball and 1 strike. You go back to April 21st, 2007. Rivera has converted 142 of 149 save opportunities, 95%. 25 saves in 14 straight seasons. All-time record, passing Lee Smith's 13 straight.
Rivera's pitch is the cutter away, but he's going fastball in all the way to Guerrero right here. Doesn't want to allow him to get his arms extended to drive the ball. He's missed a couple of times. He got Vladdy to swing at one pitch on the inside corner. You get a good idea what he's trying to do when you watch the catcher. Right back in there.
And missed again. 3-1. Guerrero 4 for 11 lifetime against Rivera. Well, this time the target set up away. He missed high, a leadoff walk, and the tying run is aboard with nobody out in the 9th inning.
In a tie game like that, it's not easy to walk Vladdy if you keep the ball away from him anyway, but he couldn't swing at those fastballs in. They were too far inside to even swing at. You got Herman to pinch run right now. That's what he's here for. He stole 50 bases in the minor leagues. Pinch ran and stole a base the other night. You got Cruz coming up. You got Kinsler coming up. And you got a guy on first who can run.
That's how last night ended after 5 hours and 12 minutes. Cruz homering off Chad Godin. So the Rangers home 6-5 winners. Does he have dramatics like that in him yet again? Against the best, time called. Well, Herman in the same situation last night, pinch running for Guerrero, stole second base. And in a one-run game here, really just a matter of when he decides to go.
Well, Rivera, most of the time, is not quick to the plate. Occasionally, he'll pitch with a glide step. But usually, he's a little deliberate, which allows the runner to get a pretty good jump. Herman has good instincts at first base. A lot of fast runners who can't steal a base. Herman is quick. He gets a good jump. He gets to full speed quickly. And he's got the good instinct on how to get a jump at first base, too. And Rivera knows it.
Cruz all-time 0 for 3 against Rivera. Herman not going, big cut and a miss. He was trying to send us home for the second straight night. Morning, actually. 12:13 now. We began over 5 hours ago. There was a 59-minute rain delay in the 5th inning. One ball and one strike. Cervelli having to come way up out of his crouch, or else Herman would be at second already. If the Rangers lose, their lead over Oakland will be down to 6.5 games. It's been between 7 and 10 games for 47 straight days since July 24th. A little bit low. Boy, Rivera is not accustomed to seeing that pitch called a ball.
We've seen that pitch a lot tonight, and it has not been called very often. It would not have been a good spot to see it called.
High heat again, 2-2. And Herman yet to go from first base. So the double play still a possibility. 49,210 on hand, the second largest crowd of the year. Most of them have stuck it out all 5+ hours. Runner still not going. Cruz stays alive at 2-2. Well, it has taken a while the last 2 nights to get to this point, but it's as good as you can ask from the sport of baseball. 13 innings, walk-off home run last night. How will this one end? Or will we go to extra innings again? There goes Herman, and it's foul back again. Well, Rivera still getting a cutter in the low 90s. Explosive late movement. What you see on the screen, even from the angle from behind the pitcher in center field, really doesn't do the pitch justice to exactly how it comes upon a batter. Herman not going this time, and it's full up.
Tried the fastball, not the cover. The same one he tried to Vladdy and missed 4 times, or 3 times with Vladdy. That one's definitely inside, not even close.
Three balls and 2 strikes. There goes Herman. Line drive. Base hit to right field. Herman will take third. First and third. Nobody out.
What an at-bat from Nelly Cruz. Nelly Cruz gets behind in the count. And Rivera, who may not be quite as sharp coming back after 2 innings last night, couldn't put him away. He fouled a couple off. He missed with a fastball in. He comes back with his cutter away, and Nelly chips it into right field with Herman on the run. And now you've got men on first and third and nobody out.
And again, the sure sign of how locked in Nelson Cruz is, the ability to get hits the opposite way. Here is Ian Kinsler. 1 for 3 tonight with a walk. Scored a run, the last of the 2 runs the Rangers got in the 6th inning.
And the Yankees have to play the infield in right here. Big advantage for the hitter.
And that one drilled foul. Joe Girardi calling his infielders together. Make sure everybody's straight on what he wants to have happen. Kinsler last night struck out against Rivera on a call strike 3. He is 2 for 7 all time against him. 5 strikeouts. One of the hits a double. Nobody out. Tying run at third. Winning run at first. Hits are now even at 12 apiece. The 0-1 pitch is grounded fair. Down the left field line it goes. Herman scores. Greg Colson, the new left fielder, gets it back in as Cruz stops at third. An RBI double by Ian Kinsler, and it's 6-6.
Well, the big hit for the Yankees was A-Rod's ground ball double right down the left field line. A big hit for the Rangers is Kinsler's very similar ground ball right down the left field line. Fastball in, and he pulls it, keeps it fair.
And now, welcome back to the big leagues, Chris Davis. First base open, and they will walk him and pitch to Matt Trainer. So they will load the bases with nobody out. Of course, the only base runner that matters is the one at third, Nelson Cruz. This will set up a double play at any base, a force at any base. And Matt Trainer now being called back as Davis looks at ball 3. Andres Blanco, who has been so hot over the last month or so, doing a tremendous job filling in while Ian Kinsler was still on the shelf. And Blanco getting the call here. Ron Washington shows that kind of confidence in him. He has hit in his last 6 games with an at-bat. That's a career high equaling hitting streak. A career high 3 runs batted in Tuesday at Toronto. And since August 13th, Blanco has hit .338. 8 doubles, a triple, 9 runs batted in.
Well, he's been a hot hitter. He's a left-hand hitter. And Ron Washington's going to go with a guy that's got some big hits for him the last couple of weeks.
6-6 game. Bases loaded. Nobody out.
You got the infield in, you got the outfield in, you got nobody out. A lot of ways to bring this winning run in.
Rivera is ready. And a little looper, which is going to be caught at first base by TEIXEIRA. One pitch, one big out.
Well, that's right there, Rivera at his best. That's what he tries to do to left-hand hitters, throw that cutter in and jam the hitter. And he was able to accomplish that right there.
On the follow-through, Cervelli lost his mask.
Well, you're going to see it's going to be on the backswing. Fortunately, he has a helmet on, and it didn't even hit his helmet, just knocked the mask right off.
So there's one out, and here's Jeff Francoeur. And that hits him! The Rangers win it on a hit batter! They beat Mariano Rivera 7-6. Believe this 2 nights in a row. Nelly Cruz again with the game-winning run. When you do it to Mariano Rivera, you have done it to the best, and the Rangers have beaten him with 2 runs in the 9th inning, 7-6.
The good thing is Rivera might not have been at his best after 2 innings last night, and after 2 innings last night and 20 pitches today, he probably won't be available tomorrow. Francoeur stands in there. He's trying to throw in. And what a nice game for Jeff, who came into the ball game late. Big hit for Nelly Cruz. Big at-bats for everybody there in the 9th inning.
Ryan family can't believe it. I'm not sure we can yet, but the Rangers have again done it. Late heroics from Jeff Francoeur at a 7-6 win. We will be back, and we'll hear from Jeff.